Chapter 888 Grudge. Chapter 888 Grudge. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire said, although their clones look exactly the same as their original bodies and can release dermic arts, secret skills, and make use of dermic weapons, in reality, there is only a stream of purely condensed spirit consciousness within their clones. Without a true essence spirit, they are unable to release their heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Su Zimo was shocked and needed some time to absorb the information. Even without their heaven and earth dharma characteristics, they are able to fight against so many demons and even suppress the 6 overlords with just their clones. These 3 Tao lords truly live up to their reputation. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, seemed indifferent towards Su Zimo's praises and said, "Don't forget, before the 3 of them came, the 6 overlords were already in a massive battle and had less than half their stamina remaining, as well as diminished combat strength. Furthermore, the 3 of them returned fruitless after this venture into the 1,000 Demon Valley with their clones destroyed. It's a great blow to their strength. Do you think that it's simple to cultivate a corporeal clone?" Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, continued. To begin with, cloning techniques are extremely rare. Even if a cloning technique, a clone can't be created without anything less than 1,000 years of dedicated cultivation. In that case, the 3 Tao lords have suffered immense losses, Su Zimo murmured softly. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire nodded. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was the one who suffered the greatest losses. He lost out on everything completely. Not only did he lose his demon sealing diagram and clone, he even promised great benefits to Cloud Rain and Snowdrift. This is a deep grudge sowed. However, you don't have to worry either. First, he doesn't know who took away the heaven-slaying sword art. Second, it doesn't matter even if he knows who you are. An ancient secret skill of this level has no master and is open to everyone. At the same time, Middle Continent, Sword Sect, Immortal Swords Tao Residence. Damn it! A maddened roar sounded from the Tao residence and caused many Sword Sect cultivators in the vicinity to pause in their tracks and look over. What happened to Senior Brother Immortal Sword? I've got no idea. A couple of days ago, he entered seclusion in his Tao residence with 2 other titular disciples, and they have never appeared since. Senior Brother Immortal Sword's friends must also be paragons and monster incarnates of Tianhuang mainland. How amazing is that? Strange. Senior Brother Immortal Sword has always been mature and composed. Why did he suddenly look as cool? As everyone discussed, a sword light that resembled limpid autumn waters rippled over from the distance. The expressions of everyone changed. Senior Sister Chin. Greetings, Senior Sister Chin. All the sword cultivators bowed hurriedly with shimmering gazes, as though they were fearful of the newcomer. The newcomer wore a white dress that fluttered as her long hair fell across her face. With a sword behind her back, she was dainty like a fairy that descended upon the mortal realm. This Senior Sister Chin did not look old and was graceful. Her complexion was smooth, her eyes were bright and watery, and her long brows were slightly raised with a hint of elegance. She swept her gaze across and furrowed her brows slightly. With a hint of anger, she chided in a stern manner. "Why are you guys gossiping here instead of cultivating and sparring? Is Senior Brother Immortal Sword someone that you guys can gossip about?" "Why, yes, you are right in disciplining us, Senior Sister Chin. We know our mistakes now. We'll go and cultivate diligently right away." Nobody dared to raise their heads and acknowledge their mistakes right away as they bowed and left. When they were far away, everyone looked around and gossiped once again when they were sure that the coast was clear. What's the relationship between Senior Sister Chin and Senior Brother Immortal Sword? Why is she so defensive towards him? I heard that the 2 of them joined the sect at the same time and cultivated together. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts. Furthermore, Senior Brother Immortal Sword is so outstanding. Even any other girl in our sect or the fairies of other sects in Tianhuang mainland would be charmed by his talents, let alone Senior Sister Qin. That's right. I heard that Fairy Snowdrift is even accompanying Senior Brother Immortal Sword in his seclusion this time round. On the other side, Senior Sister Qin had already arrived before the Dao residence. She had a hesitant expression and wanted to knock on the door, but did not know if she should. A moment later, she made up her mind and knocked gently, asking in a soft voice, "Senior Brother Qin, are you all right?" Dao Lord Immortal Sword's surname was initially Chen. However, he was already the titular disciple of Sword Sect for more than 1,000 years now. Apart from those that joined the sect earlier on, nobody else knew about it. It was silent within the cave abode. Senior Sister Qin waited for a moment, and a look of disappointment filled her face. Right as she was about to leave, a voice sounded from within. "Pianran, I've caused you worry. I'm fine." Dao Lord Immortal Sword's voice sounded. It was calm, as though he had already regained his cool. However, Qin Pianran could hear a hint of indifference in his tone. She hesitated for a long time before asking, "Senior Brother Qin, I heard that Fairy Snowdrift is in your residence. Is it true?" "Pianran, there's nothing much. You can head back first." Dao Lord Immortal Sword's voice sounded and interrupted Qin Pianran outright. It was clearly cold now. Qin Pianran bit her cherry lips gently and her eyes reddened. She stomped her feet and turned to leave. Within the cave abode, the lights were dim and 3 figures were illuminated faintly. Dao Lord Cloud Rain curled his lips and brushed his gaze across Dao Lord Immortal Sword and Fairy Snowdrift. He said idly with a hint of playfulness, "To think that you're such a Casanova, Brother Immortal Sword." Dao Lord Immortal Sword had a calm expression and replied indifferently, "Pianran is merely my junior sister. There's nothing between us. You don't have to think too much about it, Snowdrift." Fairy Snowdrift remained silent. A moment later, she changed the topic and asked, "Did you guys manage to discover the identity of the person that stole the treasure?" "I don't know." Dao Lord Cloud Rain pouted his lips. "That person did not make use of any symbolic methods or dermic arts. I can't tell his background at all." Fairy Snowdrift nodded in agreement. She did not even know whether this was a demon or human, let alone uncover his background. However, suddenly, Dao Lord Cloud Rain spoke and paused, as though he recalled something. "Could you have any reservations, Brother Cloud Rain?" Dao Lord Immortal Sword frowned gently. "Not really." Dao Lord Cloud Rain chuckled. "Actually, that essence, spirit, secret skill reminded me of an old friend. However, that old friend was a Dao Lord from 5,000 years ago and have already fallen." "Who is it?" Dao Lord Immortal Sword pressed further. Dao Lord Cloud Rain said nonchalantly, "His Dao title is Extreme Fire." Dao Lord Extreme Fire does sound familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Fairy Snowdrift frowned in deep thoughts. Slowly, Dao Lord Cloud Rain said, "I was number 2 on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. Dao Lord Extreme Fire was number 1. It's him." The hearts of Dao Lord Immortal Sword and Fairy Snowdrift skipped a beat. Dao Lord Extreme Fire was renowned in the cultivation world back then. From 100 Refinement Sect, he was not only the top weapon refinement grandmaster, his combat strength surpassed his peers as well, and he was the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Lauded as the number 1 fire tamer in 10,000 years, his reputation shook the entire world. Fairy Snowdrift shook her head. "It can't be him. He has been missing for 5,000 years and should have fallen a long time ago. Furthermore, even if it was him, why would he need to take so long to deal with our clones given his strength?" Dao Lord Cloud Rain shrugged. "I know it can't be him either. That's why it was just a casual remark. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, rose with a murderous look on his face as he said icily with a cold gaze, I don't care who he is. If I find out who he is, I'm going to hunt him to the depths of the world and kill him. I'm going to let him regret everything he did in Thousand Demon Valley. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, narrowed his eyes and asked, Immortal Sword, even at this moment, you're not going to tell us what was within the ball of light. This matter is a secret pertaining to my sect. Sorry. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, rejected the question with a casual statement. Chapter 889, Brothers. Chapter 889, Brothers. A month later, the storm at the Thousand Demon Meet had gradually subsided. During this period of time, the most discussed matter by all demons was not the Blood Sea cultivation trip, but the earth-shaking battle caused by the stars in daylight phenomenon. The fiend demons lucky enough to witness that battle were all extremely excited as they returned to their respective communities with pride on their faces. After all, it was a battle between top-tier Dharma characteristic demons and human cultivators. In the end, even the grand demons appeared. This was not something that everybody could get a chance to experience. For most fiend demons in Thousand Demon Valley, they might never even get to see a grand demon once in their lifetime. It was even more impossible for them to witness a grand demon in action. For the demons, an experience as such was an irreplaceable wealth. Naturally, some fiend demons were able to make use of their comprehensions from this encounter and advance further in their cultivations. Howling Moon Mountain. After the Thousand Demon Meet, a piece of news was spread. One of Howling Moon Mountain's 5 territorial lords was of the same race as Ape Chatter Ridge's overlord and was placed in high regard. The status of Howling Moon Mountain was naturally elevated as well. Initially, there were some demon regions in the vicinity that harbored designs on Howling Moon Mountain. However, they gave up on their plans later on. Naturally, there was a lively celebration by the demons for the return of Monkey and the others, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Nighttime. The spirit tiger hugged Monkey by the shoulder and rambled nonsense in a drunken state. He talked about how he was going to stay in this mountain with Ching Ching in the future and give birth to many children together. Ching Ching glared at the spirit tiger. However, she did not get angered when she saw how intoxicated he was. Monkey and Solitary Cloud drank heartily with large bowls. Both of them were untamed by nature and did not hold back at all. Little Fox propped up a wine glass with both hands and sipped occasionally with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. You're still worried about First. Ching Ching was sensitive and could naturally tell that Little Fox was distracted. She consoled the latter. Don't worry, Foxy. First is capable with many tricks up his sleeves. Hasn't he already escaped? He will definitely be fine. Yes. Little Fox nodded, but sighed again. However, those are grand demons. Is young Master able to escape from the detection of grand demons? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the minds of the 5 people. All of you, come to my cave abode. Don't make a fuss. Little Fox spun around, and her sorrow turned into joy immediately. She could not help but smile. It's First. The spirit tiger shuddered and sobered up as well. The drunkenness in his eyes was already gone. Without hesitation, Monkey and the others rose and headed towards Su Zimo's cave abode at the top of the mountain. Before they could knock, the door of the cave abode already opened up. None of them were surprised as they swarmed in. Although the cave abode was dimly lit, the 5 of them were unaffected. At the front was a green figure with shoulder-length scarlet hair and refined features. He was none other than Su Zimo, who was looking at everyone with a smile. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already infiltrated this place, stealthily without anyone knowing. Young Master. Little Fox called softly, and she could not help herself but lunge forward into Su Zimo's embrace. I'm fine. I've caused everyone to worry. Su Zimo smiled as he patted Little Fox on the shoulder. Monkey and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter when they saw this. Ching Ching teased, "We haven't been worried, but there was indeed a little fox who could not eat or sleep every day with her thoughts wandering everywhere." Little Fox felt her cheeks blush and her ears turning red at those words. She whimpered and reverted into her true form before darting into Suzumo's embrace. She tugged at his robes with her tiny paws and only exposed a pair of gigantic black eyes, looking and blinking at everyone. Everyone laughed even more wildly. Their laughter and smiles came from the bottom of their hearts and were pure and innocent. Apart from the joy of teasing Little Fox, they were also delighted at the sight of Suzumo safe and sound. Initially, Suzumo wanted to say something to everyone. However, he could not bring himself to do it when he saw their smiles. "How have you guys been for the past month?" A moment later, Suzumo asked, "Has there been anyone who came in search of me?" "No." The spirit tiger waved it off casually and said in a nonchalant manner, "Too many things happened at the 1,000 Demon Meet. Nobody is even bothered about you anymore first. First, do you know that the overlord of Levitating Goat Peak who hunted you down was killed?" The spirit tiger said in a mysterious manner with a gloating expression. Solitary Cloud nodded as well. Levitating Goat Peak is in chaos with everyone fighting for the status of the overlord. There are also many fiend demons creating a fuss, saying that they want to head to the cultivation world and seek revenge for their fallen overlord. Revenge in the cultivation world. Suzumo raised his brows perplexedly. "That's right." The spirit tiger replied. "The demons claim that the overlord of Levitating Goat Peak was killed by the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords." Ha! Suzumo could not help but laugh. His amusement was understandable. The arrival of the 3 Tao lords was way too coincidental, and they took the blame for him. After all, even if anybody racked their minds, none of them would have expected an overlord to die in the hands of a low-leveled fiend demon. Coincidentally, the 3 Tao lords appeared in 1,000 Demon Valley to vie for the treasure and even fought against all the demons. It was clear who the killers were. Even if Suzumo were to come clean right now, nobody would believe him. Everyone would merely think that he was trying to brag with nonsensical claims. The 6 of them conversed for a long time, but there was a strange feeling in the air. There was a hint of departure sorrow amidst their joyful chatter. Gradually, everyone went silent. Finally, Monkey was the first to break the silence and asked, "You're going to leave?" "Yes." Suzumo did not hide the fact and nodded. "I've got kin and old friends back in the cultivation world. I've stayed here for 100 years and I've missed them, so I want to visit them. Furthermore, there's something that I have to do." The thing that Suzumo was referring to was escorting Tao Lord Extreme Fire back to 100 Refinement Sect safely. Tao Lord Extreme Fire saved Suzumo's life twice and imparted immense knowledge to the latter. To Suzumo, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was like a teacher and a friend. This was something that he had to do no matter what. Monkey and the others did not object. They knew that Suzumo would not change his mind once he decided on something. The spirit tiger patted his chest. "First, we're brothers, and we shall stick together. We'll follow you everywhere. At the most, you can tell everyone that we're your spirit beast pets." Monkey nodded as well. "Life is only enjoyable when we are together. Otherwise, it's meaningless even if we rule over this mountain." Ching Ching and Little Fox nodded in agreement as well. Suzumo felt his nose turn stuffy when he looked at everyone. In fact, his eyes reddened also. Fiend demons were faced with immense danger within the cultivation world. The spirit tiger knew that fact as well. However, he did not hesitate and was even willing to lower his status to be referred to as a spirit beast pet. Monkey's dream had always been to become the king of a mountain and rule over it completely. Right now, he had accomplished it. However, for the sake of their brotherhood, he was willing to give that up. Although Su Zimo had many thoughts on his mind, he could not bring himself to say them. A sigh sounded within the Mingwang prayer beads. Even Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, could not help but acknowledge that although they were of different races, these demons were true and sincere. These were truly relationships worth keeping and fighting to the death for. Chapter 890, Departure, Return. Chapter 890, Departure, Return. A long silence later, Su Zimo finally spoke. I'm going to return to the cultivation world alone this time round. None of you are to follow me. Right as Monkey, the spirit tiger, and everyone else wanted to speak, Su Zimo waved it off and interrupted. Listen to me first. Apart from visiting old friends, I've got an important matter to attend to in the cultivation world. It's inconvenient for me to reveal my identity or travel with you guys. No matter what, Su Zimo's identity was still way too sensitive. 100 Refinement Sect was within the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was a great region where the culture of cultivation was the most advanced in Tianhuang mainland. There were countless sects and experts. Xiaoning was in Elixir Yang sect, Lungro was in Thousand Crane sect, and the 4 unorthodox groups were in the Middle Continent as well. Su Zimo had deep feuds with Chaos Essence sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, and both of them were in the Middle Continent too. Super sects had strong foundations and many ears and eyes. Su Zimo did not mind being targeted by those super sects if he had returned to the Middle Continent alone. However, it would be too late for regrets if Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was implicated. Therefore, it was inconvenient for him to expose his identity before Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was escorted back to 100 Refinement Sect safely. The battle in Myriad Phenomenon City shocked the entire cultivation world, and it was no secret that he was sworn siblings with Monkey and the others. If he traveled with Monkey and the others, their presence would be obvious. If they were spotted, it would be easy to expose his identity, even if he altered his appearance. Master, I'll follow you. Solitary Cloud said, the human cultivators out there have never seen me before. I can help to ensure your safety when I'm by your side too. It's fine. Su Zimo shook his head. I'm a little worried about things here after I leave. You can help to hold the fort by staying behind. Monkey and the others were still low-level fiend demons, and it was inevitable that others would harbor designs on their positions as territorial lords. Although they had the backing of Ape Chatter Ridge's overlord, there was no guarantee that there won't be a lunatic attempting anything crazy. After all, Howling Moon Mountain's territory had expanded rapidly for 100 years, and many demons were killed. It was only normal for them to have foes. Solitary Cloud's eyes dimmed with a hint of disappointment. He agreed to be Su Zimo's mount wholeheartedly, wanting to grow with the latter and eventually evolve into a true dragon. But now, with Su Zimo's departure, his cultivation was going to be bottlenecked once again. Su Zimo noticed Solitary Cloud's expression and said after a brief silence, once Monkey and the others break through to become mid-level fiend demons and are able to solidify their positions as territorial lords, you can come and look for me at that time if you still wish to do so. Actually, Su Zimo's decision was also an option for Solitary Cloud to leave if the latter wanted to. After all, he was not really a dragon. Although Solitary Cloud put down his dignity to follow Su Zimo, there was no guarantee that he would be able to evolve into a true dragon. Solitary Cloud could understand what Su Zimo was implying and fell into deep thoughts. Finally, Su Zimo rose after leaving a few more reminders. I'll be leaving now. There's no need to send me off. Although he finished his sentence, he stood motionlessly on the spot as though he was waiting for something. A moment later, there was still no activity. Su Zimo smiled exasperatedly and caressed the tiny head tucked in his robes in front of his chest gently. How long more are you going to pretend to be asleep? You're still not coming out? Humph. Little Fox harumphed dejectedly and shrugged her head, glaring at Su Zimo begrudgingly. Young master, just let me follow you. I guarantee that no one will recognize me in this form. No can do, come out. Zimo smiled and shook his head. His tone was resolute. Filled with disappointment, Little Fox crawled out from Zimo's robes reluctantly and moved extremely slowly bit by bit. Zimo blinked and said, "Hurry and come out. I've got a gift for you." "What is it?" Knowing that she was unable to make Zimo stay, Little Fox was sad and asked absent-mindedly. Zimo tapped his storage bag, and a beast hide appeared on his palm. The beast hide was rolled up, and it looked old. It was incomplete with fur on its surface. "What's this?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Little Fox closed in and reached out to touch it cautiously with her tiny paws. The beast hide that was initially rolled up gradually opened. There were mysterious symbols etched on it that bewildered anyone who set their eyes on them. A unique aura was instantly released the moment the beast hide was unrolled. Everyone, Solitary Cloud included, felt restricted by a mysterious power and could not move at all. "It's that dermic weapon, the demon sealing diagram." Solitary Cloud recalled that apocalyptic fight and exclaimed, "Yes, this is the diagram." Zimo rolled up the demon sealing diagram once again with a single thought, and the mysterious power vanished instantly. He tucked the demon sealing diagram into Little Fox's embrace and smiled. "Don't be angry anymore, this is for you." Solitary Cloud's eyes were filled with envy. All the demons present witnessed the might of that diagram in that apocalyptic battle. To think that Zimo would give away a treasure like that so easily. This can't do." Little Fox only snapped out of her stupor a moment later and shook her head hurriedly. "Young master, you have to keep this incredible treasure for your own use. I've got brothers Monkey, Tiger, and sister Ching Ching to protect me. I'll be fine." Zimo smiled. "Keep it. This item has no use for me. I'm going to return to the cultivation world where there aren't many fiend demons I can use on. Furthermore, I'm the strongest fiend demon among everyone of the same cultivation realm. There's no fiend demon that's a match for me." Zimo was not exaggerating. Given his physique, he could overwhelm all demons domineeringly without the use of dermic powers or secret skills. Of course, apart from that, Zimo had another intention. Previously, the old fox at the bottom of the Great Chin Palace left something for Little Fox. However, it was taken away by Dao Bing Xianyu because she tried to save Zimo. Because of that, Zimo had always felt guilty. Little Fox held the demon sealing diagram and pursed her lips tightly in deep thoughts. Her eyes reddened and bead-sized drops welled up in her eyes but refused to fall. Zimo knew that Little Fox must be thinking of the item left to her by her mother. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get that treasure back for you personally." Zimo's tone was resolute and carried a hint of killing intent. Previously, he was helpless against the pursuit of Dao Bing Xianyu. His wrist was severed, his cultivation was crippled, and he fell to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Right now, Zimo believed that he stood a fighting chance if he were to meet Dao Bing Xianyu again. If he encountered Dao Bing Xianyu again, he was going to get revenge for everything that happened on that fateful day. Zimo rubbed Little Fox's head and said tenderly, "Don't cry. Who knows? With this demon sealing diagram, your brothers Monkey, Tiger, and sister Ching Ching may even need your help protecting them." His joke made her smile from her tears. Blushing, she said in a bashful manner, "That won't ever happen. All right, I'll be leaving now." Zimo took a deep breath and made up his mind. Turning to leave, he waved goodbye with his back facing everyone and vanished into the night guise before long. Wind howled beside his ears, and the shadows of trees passed him by rapidly. Zimo gazed into the distance with a firm gaze and murmured softly, "Cultivation world, Zimo is coming back. My friends, my foes, how are all of you doing?" Chapter 891, Samadhi Dao Fire. Chapter 891, Samadhi Dao Fire. Within the 1,000-demon valley, a green-robed figure with scarlet hair sped with a rumbling, demonic chi. His eyes resembled lightning. It was none other than Su Zimo, who had left the Howling Moon Mountain. On the surface, Su Zimo seemed like he was traveling with his eyes and ears fully focused on all activity within the forest. However, in reality, there was another essence spirit that was cultivating within his consciousness. This was even more advanced than multitasking. A cultivator's attention had to be divided evenly to multitask. However, Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit and black-haired essence spirit could focus on their own activities without interrupting the other. At that moment, the scarlet-haired Een spirit was traveling while the black-haired essence spirit was cultivating. It was not cultivating anything it had learned in the past, but a brand new cultivation technique, the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, imparted this cultivation technique to Su Zimo after he left Howling Moon Mountain. According to Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, he obtained this cultivation technique in an ancient ruin. Although he did not know its grade, it was extremely powerful and was the #1 cultivation technique used to tame fire. Although Su Zimo had been on the road for the past few days, his cultivation of the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra had not been affected. With a Dharma characteristic expert like Tao, Lord Extreme Fire by his side, Su Zimo could get the answers to any doubts right away. Furthermore, Su Zimo was a weapon refinement master to begin with and felt closer to the Tao of Flames. The sacred item of the Buddhist sects, the Siraka flower, had a fire attribute to begin with and was already fused into his essence spirit. As such, he had a greater affinity towards the Tao of Flames. With those 3 boosters, Su Zimo took less than a month to see progress, and his foundation of the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra was formed. Thereafter, as long as he cultivated diligently and attained greater mastery of the cultivation technique, he would naturally be able to release its power. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was relieved when he saw that Su Zimo was on the right track. When he obtained the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra, there was only a single sentence on the first chapter of the cultivation technique. The cultivation of this technique is extremely dangerous, and a single misstep would lead to chi deviation where one can burn to death from a surge of their internal flame. Later on, he tried to impart this cultivation technique to a few disciples. However, only one of them managed to attain lesser mastery. The others nearly died or had their cultivations crippled. Zimo, take a break first. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire's voice sounded. I'll impart you some other things today. Su Zimo nodded and his black-haired essence, spirit, stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and listened intently. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, said, "The reason why I'm called Extreme Fire is because I've got some slight accomplishments in the Tao of the Flame." In reality, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was being extremely humble. If Su Zimo knew Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's title 5,000 years ago, his jaws would have dropped apart from the shock. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, continued, "The main reason for my Extreme Fire Tao title is the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. However, the most important thing is to know how to tame fire and release the power of the Tao of the Flames to its limits. The method of cultivating my essence spirit secret skill, the soaring serpent flame deity, can be found within the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. You can cultivate that on your own in the future." Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, said, "Now, I'm going to impart to you some insights I have towards taming fire and my ultimate killing move." It was commonly said that one's Tao should not be imparted casually, be it one's insights towards cultivating or ultimate killing moves. One would usually not impart it to others easily. But now, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, had no reservations at all. Although he knew that Su Zimo possessed an essence spirit of the demon race and had deep feuds with many super sects, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was not bothered in the slightest bit. "Senior, I am immensely indebted to you. To me, You are no different from my master." In his consciousness, Su Zimo performed the formalities of a disciple induction ceremony and bowed deeply. During this period of time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire treated Su Zimo like his personal disciple and imparted his life's teachings to the latter. It was not only for matters related to cultivation, even explained many weapon refinement techniques in careful detail as well. When he saw Su Zimo perform the disciple induction ceremony, Tao Lord Extreme Fire reminisced emotionally with a hint of sorrow. "I once had 7 disciples, and they were all rare paragons and talents of Tianhuang mainland. Now that 5,000 years have passed, I wonder how they are now and if they're fine." Su Zimo remained silent. 5,000 years was a long time, and nobody could predict what would happen with the changes of the world. A moment later, Tao Lord Extreme Fire composed himself and said, "Actually, Zimo, with your potential and personality, your achievements will definitely surpass mine in the future. Today, I am taking you in as a disciple. However, I might be the one benefiting from your repute in the future." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "There's no use to fame. It can't win against the sands of time, and everything ends with death eventually." "Well said." Tao Lord Extreme Fire praised. "It's truly rare for someone your age to possess wisdom of that level." He took a deep breath and said, "The most powerful dharmic art I possessed in the past was the Samadhi Tao Fire." "Samadhi Tao Fire." Frowning slightly, Su Zimo murmured. He had heard of the Samadhi True Fire before, but he did not know what the Samadhi Tao Fire was. As though he could understand Su Zimo's confusion, Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "The Samadhi True Fire is a flame tamed by golden cores. However, the Samadhi Tao Fire is a level beyond and is a fire that can only be tamed by void reversions and dharma characteristics." Tao Lord Extreme Fire continued, "Of course, given the strength of your essence spirit currently, you should be able to try and conjure the Samadhi Tao Fire as well. However," he paused for a moment at the back. "However," Su Zimo asked. Tao Lord Extreme Fire explained, "Samadhi refers to the creation of the 3 Tao fires, the essence, chi, and spirit fires. By fusing the essence fire created by one spirit consciousness together with the chi and spirit fires, the Samadhi Tao Fire will be formed." Su Zimo nodded silently. The Tao Fire created by the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra was frighteningly powerful to begin with. If he were to fuse 3 Tao Fires as one, it was not hard to imagine how much killing power the Samadhi Tao Fire would possess. Tao Lord Extreme Fire shook his head. "This dharmic art can be considered as my most powerful killing move. However, it's not easy to cultivate it. Without 1,000 years of effort, it's almost impossible to cultivate the essence, chi, and spirit fires." Su Zimo frowned in deep thoughts. "Samadhi, Samadhi," he murmured repeatedly, as though he was troubled by something that he could not find the answer to. "Why? Is there any problem?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. Su Zimo asked deeply, "Apart from the essence, chi, and spirit, what else can be used to describe the meaning of Samadhi?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire froze momentarily. "There's nothing else. Throughout history, this has been the only way to describe Samadhi." Thereafter, Tao Lord Extreme Fire chuckled. "Why, you've got another way of looking at it?" It was merely a casual question from Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo nodded. "I wonder if Samadhi can also refer to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. The Samadhi Tao Fire is actually the convergence of the 3 different Tao fires." Tao Lord Extreme Fire was stunned when he heard that, as though he was struck by a bolt of thunder. Although he was a dharma characteristic that had cultivated for several thousand years, he had never heard that description of Samadhi. Furthermore, Tao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but acknowledge that the grandeur of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoist was much greater than the essence, qi and spirit. He was almost certain that if this method worked out, the power of the Samadhi Tao fire would definitely reach an unimaginable level. Su Zimo would also create a brand new chapter in the Tao of Fire. Chapter 892, Prolonged Homesickness. Chapter 892, Prolonged Homesickness. The more Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, thought about what Su Zimo said, the more excited he was. Samadhi referred to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. This was a different level, a different perspective. This was boldness. In truth, it was understandable how Su Zimo could come to that conclusion and comprehension level at the nascent soul realm. In the past, nobody, Tao Lord Extreme Fire included, had any doubts or made any changes towards the explanation of Samadhi because all of them merely focused on cultivating a single Tao. However, Su Zimo's situation was unique. He was already cultivating the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoist before he became a nascent soul. After he advanced to the nascent soul realm, his spirit refinement was also supported by 2 heaven-grade cultivation techniques of the immortal and Buddhist Taoists. Furthermore, he had also been cultivating the demonic Tao the entire time. That was the reason why he could attain this level of perspective. This was something that nobody in the past dared to even imagine. More importantly, for 100 years, Su Zimo had been researching many ancient books and cultivation techniques with great effort because he wanted to establish a Tao. As such, his comprehension level was far beyond the nascent soul realm. That was the reason why he could speak of something so groundbreaking. He was also the only one who could say something as such. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, could not help but say, if your method works, the Samadhi Tao fire won't even be the endpoint. You cultivate the demonic Tao and possess the divine phoenix bone as well. If you're able to condense the demonic Tao fire and fuse it together, that will become the unprecedented Kacharati Tao fire. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was extremely worked up and seemed like he was unable to contain his excitement. Su Zimo seemed to be in deep thought and murmured to himself, Kacharati Tao fire might not be the endpoint either. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's mouth fell agape slightly. He was in so much shock that he was no longer able to speak. Kacharati was not the endpoint. What other groundbreaking thought was in the mind of this lad? This was the first time that Tao Lord Extreme Fire realized he was unable to read Su Zimo completely. Su Zimo wanted to establish a Tao. This was something that Tao Lord Extreme Fire knew well. He had witnessed all the effort Su Zimo put in the entire time. He admired Su Zimo's persistence. However, he did not agree with Su Zimo entirely in his heart. That was because Tao Lord Extreme Fire knew that establishing a Tao so that all mortals could cultivate and become incredible was something even more difficult than ascending the heavens to become an immortal. It was completely unrealistic for Su Zimo to achieve it single-handedly. But today, Tao Lord Extreme Fire realized that he was wrong. He seemed to be able to see an unprecedented, glorious era exuding from Su Zimo's figure. It was a great era that everyone could cultivate and alter their fates even if they did not possess spirit roots. Everyone was incredible and could not trample on others. It was the true rise of the human race. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, lamented to himself internally, I'm lucky to be able to live till this era. I hope to be able to witness the arrival of that glorious era personally. For the period of time thereafter, Tao Lord Extreme Fire merely focused on imparting techniques. The time he spent clarifying doubts had lessened. That was because he knew that Su Zimo would possess his own unique understanding of many Dharmic Taoists. He hoped that Su Zimo would be able to create his own Tao. He believed firmly in that hope. Another month passed before Su Zimo truly left the territory of the demon region. The 1,000 Demon Valley was extremely vast. Even though Su Zimo did not rest and journeyed relentlessly on foot, it took him 2 whole months before he got out. However, the Thousand Demon Valley was only a part of the Middle Continent. It was easy to imagine how vast and boundless the Middle Continent was. Su Zimo had never been to the Middle Continent and knew nothing about its geography. Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, was the one who took out a map of the Middle Continent and handed it to Su Zimo. Su Zimo carried Dao, Lord Extreme Fire's storage bag with him the entire time. However, he could never open it because Dao, Lord Extreme Fire's spirit consciousness imprint was on it. Later on, when Su Zimo knew that Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, was still alive, he naturally returned the storage bag completely untouched to the latter. Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, said, "This map was from 5,000 years ago. However, I reckon that the locations of some major sects and factions should not have changed much." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded as he gazed at the map on his palm and sent his spirit consciousness into it. Unlike previously, this map did not seem large on the surface. However, as long as one sent their spirit consciousness within, their perspective would open up in a vast manner. Any name that was called out mentally would cause the corresponding region to light up. It was extremely mysterious. A moment later, when Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, saw Su Zimo silence, he thought that the latter was worried about his kin and said, "There's no hurry to return to 100 Refinement Sect right away. How about we head over to Elixir Yang Sect and take a look first?" Xiaoning was a cultivator of Elixir Yang Sect. When they bid farewell at Myriad Phenomenon City, she said that she wanted to return to the North region to pay their elder brother, Su Hong, a visit. She should have returned to Elixir Yang Sect now that it was 100 years later. Su Zimo shook his head. "There's no need for that. Since we've already arrived in the Middle Continent, there's no rush to meet with them. We should head to 100 Refinement Sect first." The 4 unorthodox groups were located in the Middle Continent and were not far from one another. Be it Xiaoning or old friends from Ethereal Peak, such as Ji Qingtian and Lung Ro, it was convenient to visit them all. Su Zimo was not worried about Xiaoning with Night Spirit by her side. His only worry was for Ji Qingtian, Lung Ro, and the others. Di-Yin once declared that he not only wanted to kill Su Zimo, but also everyone close to the latter. That was precisely the reason why Su Zimo decided to kill Di-Yin and engaged in a life and death battle with the latter. Unfortunately, the eventual arrival of the Rakshasa and God race allowed Di-Yin to escape. Di-Yin had a vengeful nature and would definitely harbor a grudge. It was possible for him to resort to any means. "I wonder how you're doing now that 100 years have passed." Su Zimo muttered under his breath with a cold glint in his eyes. Di-Yin was blessed with fortune and possessed frightening talent. He had also inherited the legacy of the human emperor and created the unprecedented Chaos Green Lotus that was a mark in history. Throughout his cultivation path, he had only lost to a single opponent, Su Zimo. Su Zimo believed that even with the defeat, Di-Yin was not going to relegate into depression and vanish into the common crowd. Up till now, even with the Rakshasa and God race included, Di-Yin was an unprecedented strong foe in Su Zimo's life. That was precisely the reason why Su Zimo knew very well that Ji Qingtian, Little Fatty, and the others were definitely no match for Di-Yin. Su Zimo decided that he would head towards Elixir Yang Sect after he escorted Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, back to 100 Refinement Sect. At that thought, he took a mental note of the location of 100 Refinement Sect and continued speeding forward after putting away the map. After he left the Thousand Demon Valley, he traveled for another 3 days and nights before there was a hint of human activity. Everywhere he looked, there were small villages with smoke spiraling from kitchen chimneys. In fact, Su Zimo had a surreal feeling as though he was out of the world. After speeding for another half a day, a city could be seen in the front. There were carriages, horses, flying swords, and cultivators everywhere in a bustling manner. It was no wonder why the Middle Continent was the most advanced region in the cultivation world. The fact that such a flourishing scene could be seen right at the borders was truly rare. After he left the Thousand Demon Valley, Suzumo had already changed back to his black hair and green robes. He altered his appearance as well and was now a burly man. Of course, Suzumo rode with the wind at an extremely fast speed. For many cultivators on the ground, he was only a streak of light that couldn't be seen clearly. Suzumo's stamina was robust, and no matter how far he traveled, all he needed was a full night's rest to recover completely. Another 3 months passed, and he was finally close to arriving at the location of 100 Refinement Sect. During this period of time, Tao Lord Extreme Fire had quietened down instead. Suzumo knew that it was a complex feeling. It was a sense of uneasiness that stemmed from prolonged homesickness, worried that something bad might have happened. After all, 5,000 years had passed, and it was a long time. Nobody knew how 100 Refinement Sect was right now, and if Tao Lord Extreme Fire's old friends were doing well. All of a sudden, Suzumo's ears twitched, and he vaguely heard the sound of weapons clashing. There were heated voices mixed within. Chapter 893, Busybody. Chapter 893, Busybody. Killing and fighting was commonplace around the cultivation world. Furthermore, the Middle Continent was a great region with an advanced and flourished cultivation culture. Along the way, Suzumo encountered many similar fights. However, he had never appeared to interfere. If he did so for every single encounter he came across, he might not be able to arrive at 100 Refinement Sect even after dozens of years on the road. Moreover, there were a lot of killing and fights within the cultivation world where it was difficult to tell who was in the right or wrong. Many times, the clashes could have started with a single disagreement or over certain treasures. Suzumo could not be bothered with all of them. Now, even when he heard the fighting sounds in the distance, he merely paused for a brief moment and continued forward. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Tao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Suzumo's mind. We are now extremely close to 100 Refinement Sect, and this area is also a part of the sect's territory. Let's go check it out. All right. Suzumo nodded and sped towards the area of the clash in a flash. This time round, Suzumo released Lightning Escape right away. He transformed into a streak of lightning and arrived before long. Suzumo looked over. Both sides that were fighting were nascent souls and dermic arts collided one against another in the voids. Flying swords and dermic weapons streaked everywhere while lights flashed and dermic power surged. It was extremely intense. On one side, there were one man and two women. They looked young and were all at early stage. It was clear that they had all just advanced to the nascent soul realm not long ago. On the other side, there were 10 nascent souls with their faces masked. However, their cultivation realms were profound and most of them were at late stage. One of their dermic art was domineering and the power of the spirit consciousness contained a trace of pure yang. It was clear that this person was at the perfected nascent soul realm. Once the opportunity was present, this person could advance to the void reversion realm. It was clear that the side with 3 people was disadvantaged. There were dozens of flags planted in the ground around the 3 people. They seemed to be set up in an obscure manner and formed a massive formation. Every single flagpole was etched with complicated formation patterns. Black smoke rumbled around the place where the dozens of flags were planted and isolated the people within from the rest of the world. Under normal circumstances, the black smoke could not only isolate the vision of external cultivators, it could even block their spirit consciousnesses. However, for Suzumo, who had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the black smoke seemed like it was nothing more than a thin veil that was almost transparent. The man and 2 women were trapped within the formation and were struggling to defend. Although the 2 female cultivators were extremely beautiful, they were drenched in sweat and looked wretched. Their robes were torn in some places and revealed their fair skin partially in a charming manner. Although the man and two women were all early-stage nascent souls, the difference between their combat strength was great. The two female cultivators could be considered as ordinary nascent souls and were orderly in the way they fought. However, it was extremely different for the man. With Su Zimo's experience, he could tell that the man could be considered as a paragon. It was good enough that he was able to contend against 10 late-stage and perfected nascent souls despite the terrain disadvantage after they fell into the formation. If not for this man's bitter struggles, the three of them might have been defeated and captured a long time ago. Su Zimo did not recognize either of the factions. He shifted his gaze towards the sleeves of the cultivators on both sides. Normally, the emblems of sex would mostly be imprinted on either the waist or sleeve area of one's robes. On the sleeves of the side with 10 nascent souls, there was a dark flame imprinted. It was extremely sinister and gave off an eerie aura. On the sleeves of the other side with the man and two women, there was a gigantic ancient tripod imprinted. This tripod, Su Zimo murmured softly, and there was a reminiscent look on his face. The emblem looked familiar, and he had seen it before somewhere. This tripod is the emblem of 100 Refinement Sect. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire's voice sounded, and Su Zimo was enlightened. When he saw this emblem previously, it was on Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire's body beneath the cold lake in Songlang mountain range. Nangongling, stop struggling. The only perfected nascent soul within the formation smiled smugly and said in a carefree manner, "If not for the fact that I dote on our two junior sisters, Han Yan and Ru Xian, you would have died a long time ago." Ha 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 ha. The remaining 9 nascent souls burst into laughter and roved their eyes around the two female cultivators brazenly. The clothes of the two female cultivators were partially torn. Now that they were glared at by so many gazes in such a brazen manner, their embarrassment turned into anger and they lost their composures. The dermic powers they released almost dispersed and they were nearly captured. When Nangongling saw this, he said hurriedly, "Junior sisters, don't fall for the trick. Wu Yuan is just playing mind games with us. We're not far away from the sect. As long as our sect mates pass by and report this to the sect, we'll be saved." Indeed, the two female cultivators became much calmer upon hearing that, and their gazes turned firm. Fufu. Wu Yuan sneered with killing, intent churning in his eyes. "Nangongling, I don't mind telling you that this is the Hellfire formation. Right now, I'm merely activating the first level of the formation, Black Smoke. Once I activate the second level, Hellfire, the three of you will turn into ashes in less than 10 breaths." Nangongling's expression changed. He knew that Wu Yuan was not boasting. They would definitely not be able to defend against the Hellfire formation once it was activated properly. Even now, the rumbling black smoke in the formation was choking. It was difficult for them to stop breathing entirely during the fight, and they sniffed in some of it inevitably. The 10 people on the other side covered their noses with special veils and were completely unaffected. As time passed by, the amount of black smoke they took in would only increase, and their combat strength would diminish. There was no chance for them to escape alive. Nangongling shouted, "Wu Yuan, you can come at me alone for any grudges. Why must you make things difficult for the two of them? I'll let you capture me without a fight. Let the two of them go." Ha ha ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Wu Yuan laughed. "Nangongling, you've got no rights to negotiate with me. Your death today is certain." He swept his gaze towards the petite, curvy bodies of the two female cultivators and smacked his lips with a menacing laughter. "I don't only want the 2 items in their possession, I want their bodies as well. Nangongling, at that time, I'll accord you the mercy to watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha." Wu Yuan's words were extremely vile. Nangongling had a grim expression as he hopped on the spot and howled with all his might. "Wu Yuan, you dog. I'll fuck all 18 generations of your ancestors. Come fight me alone if you've got the balls. I'll wallop the shit out of you with a single hand." Even the 2 female cultivators were dumbfounded, let alone Wu Yuan and the others. Nan Gongling's behavior did not resemble the righteousness of an immortal cultivator. He was more like a hooligan in the marketplace. Ouch! Nan Gongling was distracted by his outburst, and a gash appeared on his body with fresh blood oozing out. "Fuck your mother." He glared at the cultivator that injured him and cursed. "Since I'm going to die, I'll scold you all I want first." Wu Yuan frowned before asking with a fake smile, "You're trying to let people in the vicinity hear you shouting from the top of your lungs." "I'll advise you to give up hope. This formation can block the detection of a spirit consciousness, let alone sound itself. To be honest, let me tell you, the communication Tao talisman you guys sneakily released earlier on was long devoured by the Hellfire formation." The expressions of Nan Gongling's group changed. Wu Yuan said coldly, "Furthermore, even if anyone passed by, they wouldn't know what was going on here. Why would any busybody get themselves involved in any trouble?" The moment Wu Yuan said that, another voice sounded from outside the formation. "I've always loved being a busybody." Chapter 894, Golden Flames. Chapter 894, Golden Flames. The cultivators in the formation were stunned. None of them expected a voice to sound from outside the Hellfire formation that could block spirit consciousness transmissions after Wu Yuan's statement. It was rather ironic. To Nan Gongling's group's delight, the intruder seemed to be on their side. As the one in control of the Hellfire formation, Wu Yuan could naturally see through the black smoke and know what was happening outside. He took a glance and saw that there was only a single person out there. When he saw that this was a late-stage nascent soul, he was relieved. A nascent soul at the side revealed killing intent and looked towards Wu Yuan menacingly. He gestured with his hand that he wanted to behead the person outside. Wu Yuan shook his head. For some unknown reason, he felt an odd, indescribable feeling towards this intruder. He did not wish to create unnecessary trouble and merely wanted this person to leave as soon as possible. "Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be a busybody. This isn't something you can afford to get involved with," Wu Yuan said coldly with a threatening tone. "Fellow Taoist, we are disciples of 100 Refinement Sect. Please hurry and head to 100 Refinement Sect to seek reinforcements. I will definitely be immensely indebted to you and will repay you greatly in the future." Nan Gongling yelled hurriedly. Wu Yuan sneered. "I've already told you. Your voice can't be sent outside. He can't hear you." "I can hear." The voice from outside sounded once more with a hint of mockery. "Impossible." Wu Yuan's expression changed, and he frowned. This person could not only send his voice into the formation, he could also hear everything that was happening within. In that case, what could the Hellfire formation hide from this man? Right then, the intruder outside smiled gently and said in an indifferent manner, "This so-called formation of yours is filled with openings. To me, it's no different from being transparent." The moment he said that, the intruder reached out and grabbed a flag that was planted onto the ground. He exerted strength slightly and uprooted it instantly. The dozens of flags were only able to create the formation because they were planted at designated locations. Naturally, the formation was dispersed with any one of them removed. With a single gust of wind, the rumbling smoke vanished in the blink of an eye. Nan Gongling and the others turned over and saw a figure not far away. He had black hair, green robes, a boorish appearance, and looked well worn, as though he had just traveled a long journey. This green-robed, burly man was only a late-stage nascent soul. He did not look special, and there were no emblems of major sects or factions on his sleeves either. Nan Gongling's group was slightly disappointed. One of the women was slightly anxious as she shouted while defending against flying swords and dermic weapons around her. "My name is Ruxian, remember that! Hurry and go seek help from 100 Refinement sect. When she saw the green-robed, burly man standing motionlessly, she could not help but urge again, "Hurry, go! What are you standing there like a fool for? A while more, and you won't be able to escape as well." Wu Yuan had a dark expression. Now that the Hellfire formation was dispelled and Nan Gongling's group was free once again, many variables were added to the situation. Hurry and take care of them, be it dead or alive. A resolute glint flashed through Wu Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he released a spirit consciousness transmission to ask one of the nascent souls to block the green-robed, burly man who was not far away. Kill! Wu Yuan led 8 nascent souls and encircled Nan Gongling's group. Prepare to go all out and kill the 3 of them, here lest there were any other changes. On the other side, a nascent soul strode towards the green-robed, burly man expressionlessly. He conjured hand seals secretly and was prepared to kill the green-robed, burly man right away. The green-robed, burly man smiled gently to the man. Right as the man was about to strike, his vision blurred and a green shadow flashed. A suffocating aura surged towards him. "You." The person managed to utter a single word before his vision darkened. He felt a sharp pain in his mind before his consciousness sank and vanished. With a thud, a lifeless corpse collapsed onto a puddle of blood. Ah! One of the female cultivators could not help but shriek when she saw that. Wu Yuan turned around slowly, and his pupils constricted when he caught sight of the corpse on the ground. It was too fast. They had just surrounded Nan Gongling's group, but the fight on the other side had already ended before they even attacked. There were no complicated moves. The green-robed, burly man merely strode forward and smashed his opponent's head with a single slap. It was simple, clean, and clear-cut. Suddenly, Wu Yuan realized that this intruder was extremely troublesome to deal with. There was a high possibility that they would suffer an immense loss if they did not deal with this properly. He raised his head slightly and gestured for the remaining 8 nascent souls to encircle Nan Gongling's group and settle them as soon as possible. With a single thought of his spirit consciousness, he retrieved the dozens of flags that were planted on the ground. "Friend, you can't blame me since you chose to come knocking on death's door." Wu Yuan's glabella shone, and his massive spirit consciousness surged into the flags as he waved his hand. Dozens of flags streaked through the air, and the runes etched on them shone with sinister glows in a mysterious manner. With a whoosh, the flagpoles were engulfed in flames. The flames shone with a dark light as though they were hellfire from the purgatory. Although they were burning, they emitted a chilling aura. Hellfire spear! Nan Gongling's expression changed as he exclaimed. Another female cultivator that had not said anything the entire time frowned gently. With a worried expression, she could not help but remind, "Fellow Taoist, be careful. This dermic art is extremely powerful and must not be taken head-on." The woman's voice was extremely sweet and pleasing to the ears. "Fufu, it's too late to remind him now." Wu Yuan sneered and conjured his dermic art as he yelled, "Converge!" Swoosh! The dozens of flags converged in front of the green-robed, burly man swiftly. As though they were fused together, a gigantic spear that blazed with hellfire streaked through the air. The green-robed, burly man gazed at the incoming spear and slanted his head slightly. His gaze shone, and he seemed slightly distracted, as though he was thinking about something. "It's over." Nan Gongling's heart sank completely at the sight of that. They had finally come across a cultivator. To think that it was a brute that did not comprehend danger at all. "This brute is way too careless." Ru Xian grumbled. "Who the hell gets distracted in a fight? How did this man manage to cultivate to the nascent soul realm?" The gigantic hellfire spear was about to pierce the green-robed, burly man's head. Sigh. The woman with the sweet voice sighed gently and turned to the side, unwilling to continue watching. Right then, the green-robed, burly man seemed to have snapped out of his stupor. He extended his palm all of a sudden and flicked out his finger. Swoosh! A ball of golden flames burst forth from the green-robed man's fingertip. The ball of golden flames was only the size of a fist. However, it gave off a flawless divine aura. The moment it was released, it purged away all the coldness in the air. The green-robed, burly man seemed delighted at the sight of the golden ball of flames on his fingertip and grinned before flicking gently. The golden ball of flames floated forward and collided against the hellfire spear. Shing! The hellfire blazing on the spear was extinguished almost immediately. Of course, the golden flame dissipated as well. Wu Yuan was shocked. What was that flame? How could a small ball of flame extinguish the blazing fire on his spear? The eyes of Nangongling and the other two were filled with shock and surprise. The golden flame of the green-robed, burly man was extremely divine and was distinctly different from the flames they had cultivated. However, they felt a resonance to his flame. It was a resonance that could only be felt by cultivators of 100 Refinement sect that cultivated that cultivation technique. That cultivation technique was something that could not be imparted to anyone outside the sect. Chapter 895, Power of a Punch. Chapter 895, Power of a Punch. Although the hellfire on the gigantic spear was extinguished by the golden flames, the power of the spear that was created with dozens of flags was still present, and it continued advancing. Anyone that was struck by this gigantic spear would be split into parts instantly without a corpse remaining. The green-robed, burly man did not panic or get flustered. He reached out with outstretched fingers as dermic power surged, and he grabbed the incoming spear. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The world seemed to have gone silent. The green-robed, burly man managed to stop the spear that was larger than his body in midair with his bare hands without budging a single inch. Wu Yuan's expression looked extremely terrible by now. The two female cultivators watched with widened eyes and their mouths agape. They did not even realize that they lost their composure. That was the full-powered attack of a perfected, nascent soul. Furthermore, the power of dozens of flags with countless runes was included within as well. Although Nangongling felt that he was a paragon of the current era with combat strength that surpassed his peers, he would not dare to take this attack head-on and would have to avoid it as well. To think that this unknown green-robed, burly man could devour the hellfire on the spears by throwing out a casual ball of flame. Thereafter, he stopped the gigantic spear in a seemingly effortless manner. He did not seem as though he had used his full strength. More importantly, this man was only at late-stage nascent soul as well. Right then, the green-robed, burly man smiled gently to Wu Yuan. Time for you to take an attack of mine too. Before his sentence ended, the green-robed, burly man swept his robes and coiled the spear that was in midair, tossing it back towards Wu Yuan's group. The moment the spear left his hand, it dispersed into dozens of flags once again. Ooh, ooh. The flags streaked through the air and transformed into dozens of black streaks of light that rang in a shuddering manner. The expressions of Wu Yuan and the 8 nascent souls behind him changed, and their eyes were filled with fright. Everywhere the dozens of flags passed, the mud was overturned as gravel and sand flew. Dozens of flags shooting over at the same time was frightening, and even the weather changed. Instantly, Wu Yuan's group felt as though the skies had darkened. Their visions were completely filled with the black streaks of light that were absolutely unavoidable. Heavens! Ru Xian's cherry-red lips were agape as she murmured with looks of disbelief. Is this really the work of man? Everyone could see clearly that the green-robed, burly man merely tossed back the spear. He did not conjure any dermic arts or secret skills. This was a pure burst of his physical strength. Under normal circumstances, cultivators that were not at the conjoint body realm were relatively weak physically. Ru Xian had never seen anyone with such frightening physical strength. Even void reversions might not be able to reach this level, let alone the nascent souls of her sect. In the blink of an eye, the color of the entire world changed. Apart from the terrifying burst power, Nan Gongling noticed something even more frightening in the green-robed, burly man's attack. The precision of the trajectory and targets. The dozens of flags were not tossed randomly. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the trajectory and target of each and every flag was extremely precise. Although they were tossed at the same time, they did not move together and varied in speed. However, not only did they miss Nan Gongling's group of 3 perfectly, the spears even sealed the retreat paths of Wu Yuan's group completely. If Nan Gongling was the one who attacked, he could perform this feat with a moment of inspection as well. However, the green-robed, burly man's instantaneous judgment right in the midst of a battle had surpassed Nan Gongling's expectations completely. Could it have been a mere coincidence? If it was not a coincidence, how precise did his judgment have to be? His control of the combat situation was extremely conscientious and was at an extraordinary level. Everyone's myriad of thoughts raced through their minds. In a flash, the dozens of flags arrived with apocalyptic auras. Run. That was the only thought that remained in everyone's minds, Wu Yuan included. The only thing they could do against such a terrifying attack was to retreat. The nascent souls with swift reactions fled from their original spots. Those with slower reactions had their bodies punctured by the flagpoles. A tremendous amount of power surged into their bodies and caused them to split into pieces. The nascent souls that fled at the start barely managed to escape the flags. However, before they could rejoice, their bodies were pierced by something sharp and they were yanked away from the spot. Poof! 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 The formation flags blanketed the skies and descended as blood mist spewed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the 8 nascent souls were dead. At the nascent soul realm, the essence spirit was extremely fragile. Even if an essence spirit could escape from the body, the moment it was exposed to the outside world, it could not even withstand the murderous aura or a single gust of wind. It did not take long for the essence spirits to disperse into the world. The only person who managed to survive was Wu Yuan, the cultivator with the highest cultivation realm on the battlefield. He was the first to react and released his movement techniques one after another. By now he had already avoided 3 flags. However, there were dozens of flags. It was impossible for him to escape from the range of the flags. Instantly, Wu Yuan realized that fact as well. His gaze shimmered, and he slapped his storage bag, retrieving a black shield. Wu Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a stream of essence blood. His expression instantly turned much paler. A mouthful of essence blood was extremely precious for a cultivator and contained up to 100 years' worth of cultivation effort. This was something they would not sacrifice unless they had no other choice. The essence blood splashed onto the black shield and sizzled. Swoosh! Instantly, the black shield expanded rapidly with dark, cold flames blazing on its surface. Wu Yuan grit his teeth and curled himself into a ball as he hid behind the black shield. The moment he did that, the flag descended and smashed violently against the black shield. Boom! A loud sound exploded in Wu Yuan's ears, and he shuddered. More than half the flames on the black shield were extinguished. Wu Yuan's arms that were used to prop up the shield were completely numb by now. Swoosh! He heaved a deep sigh of relief. No matter what, he managed to endure the attack. I can't linger here. I've got to hurry and escape. The moment that thought crossed Wu Yuan's mind, and he was about to get up, he was scared out of his wits when he caught something from the corner of his eyes. Unknowingly, the green-robed, burly man who was not far away had already arrived before him. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. The green-robed, burly man looked at him with a fake smile, Slowly, the former raised his palm and pummeled down with a punch. Wu Yuan's mind went blank, and without time to think, he raised the black shield that burned with hellfire to defend himself. Boom! There was yet another explosion that was even more frightening than the one earlier. The ground shook. Nan Gongling's group shuddered in fright from that explosion. A figure was sent flying and rolled on the ground hundreds of feet away. He laid there motionlessly with blood and mud all over his body. Wu Yuan's face was frightfully pale, and his gaze was dim as he coughed out blood endlessly. It was a horrific sight. The black shield fell to the side. The dark flames on its surface were long extinguished. Crack! 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 Apart from the coughing sounds, there were strange sounds that sent chills down one's spine, echoing from Wu Yuan's body. Nan Gongling and the others gulped. They could hear that it was the sound of bones cracking. Even the black shield could not defend against that single punch. The power penetrated the shield and smashed all the bones in Wu Yuan's body. A single punch had contained such terrifying might. Nan Gongling's group knew that although Wu Yuan was still breathing for the moment, he was definitely going to die. Chapter 896, Roaring Down the Essence Spirit. Chapter 896, Roaring Down the Essence Spirit. Not good. Right then, Ru Xian's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "The hellfire on the black shield hasn't disappeared even when the brute attacked." His punch must have been tainted by the hellfire. Nan Gongling was shocked as well. He knew the power of the hellfire. As long as the body was tainted by it, there was no way to purge it. Hellfire was pervasive and could even penetrate deep into the bones, burning cultivators from the inside out. Furthermore, the entire process was extremely painful. Most of the time, there would be cultivators who could not withstand it and would reach out to grab it, only to end up with injuries all over their bodies. Nan Gongling and Ru Xian looked at the green-robed, burly man's right hand instinctively. Both of them were stunned. The green-robed man's right hand was fair and slender with long fingers. There were no scars or burn marks on it. Strange. The two of them exchanged puzzled glances. The other female cultivator beside him, Lu Hanyan, lowered her head in silence. However, she would raise her head from time to time and steal a glance at the green-robed man with a curious gaze. Nan Gongling and Ru Xian did not notice it. However, she clearly saw that the green-robed man's fist had indeed touched the black shield and his hand was tainted with a wisp of hellfire. However, the hellfire did not seep into the green-robed man's flesh and bones to burn as they had expected. On the contrary, the hellfire stuck to the green-robed man's palm, flickering as though it could extinguish at any moment. The green-robed man did not mind and waved it off casually as well. The wisp of hellfire was strangely extinguished. What was this? Lu Hanyan nearly bit her tongue when she saw that. This ability was completely beyond her knowledge. A nascent soul's body could ignore the hellfire. Nan Gongling and the other two were troubled. There was no longer a need to salvage Wu Yuan's broken body. An essence, spirit, floated out from Wu Yuan's glabella with a flustered expression. His eyes were filled with fear as he fled into the distance. Not good, he's trying to escape. Nan Gongling noticed this and chased after him hurriedly. However, Nan Gongling gave up after a few steps. To begin with, the speed of an essence spirit was faster than his physical body. Furthermore, the two of them were dozens of feet apart, and Wu Yuan's essence spirit was the first to escape. It was already impossible for him to catch up. Ugh! Nan Gongling sighed with a vexed expression. However, it was not his fault either. He had not expected Wu Yuan's essence spirit to be able to escape outside. Normally speaking, a nascent soul's essence spirit was extremely fragile and feared too many things. Be it the scorching sun or the cold wind outside, they could destroy nascent souls. However, Wu Yuan was already at perfected nascent soul realm, and his essence spirit was wrapped with a trace of pure yang qi that could protect him for a long time outside. At the very least, escaping back to the sect was not a problem. When she saw that, Ru Xian understood as well. Rolling her eyes at the green-robed man, she muttered softly, "Indeed, you're a brute. Who asked you to use so much strength to send someone flying so far away? Great, now he gets a chance to return home." Lu Hanyan frowned slightly and shouted with a stern gaze, "Ru Xian!" No matter what, the green-robed man was their savior. How could she say that? Ru Xian knew that she was not in the right as well, and stuck out her tongue without saying anything more. Lu Hanyan turned around and bowed to the green-robed man, saying apologetically, "Junior sister Ru Xian said it unintentionally. Please don't take offense." The green-robed man smiled indifferently and looked at Wu Yuan's essence spirit that was fleeing into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and uttered a strange word. "Oem." The entire void seemed to tremble. In that short period of time, Wu Yuan had already fled hundreds of feet away. The joy of surviving a calamity surged in his heart as a voice sounded by his ears. It was majestic and divine, like a gigantic bell that shook one's mind. The voice seemed to echo through the world endlessly. Wu Yuan's essence spirit shuddered, and the wisp of pure yang qi that was wrapped around his essence spirit was instantly shattered by the sound. Without the protection of the pure yang qi, Wu Yuan's essence spirit was exposed to the outside world. It flickered in the cold wind, and his aura turned extremely weak as he fell from midair. When Ru Xian saw that, she opened her mouth uncontrollably as though she could stuff a duck egg inside. Even though the green-robed man did not look like he was anything special, he had done shocking things repeatedly. It was the same for this move as well. An essence spirit had fallen because of a roar. Nangong Ling's knowledge seemed to surpass the two female cultivators as he said in a deep voice, "This is the Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries." The green-robed man glanced at him and nodded. Nangong Ling frowned and pondered. Sound domain secret skills were extremely rare, and even he had never cultivated them, despite his background. As for the sound secret skills of the Buddhist sects, the most famous was Diamond Monastery's lion roar. However, the Sanskrit sound earlier on was strong and sacred, clearly different from the ferocious lion roar. Although he could recognize that it was the Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries, he could not identify which Buddhist sect's sound domain secret skill it was. The green-robed man moved and was already walking towards Wu Yuan's essence spirit in the distance. He was not worried that Wu Yuan would escape. The pure yang qi outside Wu Yuan's essence spirit had already been shattered by Sanskrit. Even if he did not attack, Wu Yuan would not be able to hold out for long and would die outside. Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian followed hurriedly. Pursing her lips, Ru Xian harumphed and whispered, "Seriously, why didn't you release your sound domain secret skill earlier? You made me misunderstand you earlier on." The green-robed man did not reply. Ru Xian rolled her eyes and came over with a grin. "Hey, are you trying to show off your skills in front of us two beauties to attract our attention?" Initially, Nangong Ling was deep in thought. When he heard that, he raised his head and looked at the green-robed man with a hint of hostility. He even stood in front of Lu Hanyan intentionally, separating her from the green-robed man. The green-robed man remained silent and continued forward with his hands behind his back, as though he could not be bothered. However, Ru Xian was relentless and chased after him. "If you don't say anything, you're admitting to it, right? Tell me, have you taken a liking to me, or do you like senior sister Lu?" "Ru Xian." Lu Hanyan berated with a helpless expression. Right then, the four of them arrived before Wu Yuan's essence spirit. In that short period of time, the aura of Wu Yuan's essence spirit was extremely weak after it was exposed to the outside world, as though he could die at any moment. When he saw Ru Xian approach, the green-robed man said slowly, "I want him alive. I want to ask him something." I didn't release the Sanskrit immediately because I was afraid that he would die from the shock. Ru Xian was stunned. Although the green-robed man's tone was calm, there was a domineering aura that seeped into his bones. Furthermore, she could not refute him at all. Wu Yuan's essence, spirit, had already escaped hundreds of feet away and was reduced to this state by the roar. It was not hard to imagine that Wu Yuan's essence spirit would have perished on the spot if the green-robed man had used a sound domain secret skill right after he escaped. Chapter 897 Scared? Chapter 897 Scared. The green-robed man was none other than Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. Unless one's spirit consciousness surpassed his significantly, they would not be able to detect his disguise, let alone see his true appearance. Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, was the one who wanted to keep Wu Yuan alive. Although Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, had only said that sentence ever since he attacked, Su Zimo could sense the anger in his tone. 5,000 years later, 100 Refinement Sect was bullied and even witnessed by Dao, Lord Extreme Fire. He had to get to the bottom of this. Ru Xian closed in and grabbed Wu Yuan's essence spirit before Su Zimo could. All of a sudden, Su Zimo sensed something and pulled Ru Xian back. "What are you?" Ru Xian frowned and shouted. Before she could finish, she stopped. She saw Wu Yuan's essence spirit ignite in a sinister manner with dark flames flickering. Ru Xian's face turned pale. She could imagine that if Su Zimo had not held her back earlier on, her hands would have been stained with the hellfire. In the worst-case scenario, she might lose an arm or even die. "Don't worry, I won't die for nothing. The experts of Hellfire Hall will definitely come and seek revenge for me." Wu Yuan's voice sounded from the raging flames with endless hatred. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. None of you will be able to escape. Your 100 Refinement Sect can wait for our revenge." Piak! Su Zimo flicked his sleeves and a dermic power seal smashed down, shattering Wu Yuan's essence spirit. This was clearly Wu Yuan's means of self-destruction, and there was no way to save him. He might as well kill Wu Yuan and save them some peace. Su Zimo moved his spirit consciousness and collected the storage bags of Wu Yuan and the others. He took a casual glance and did not find anything valuable. Su Zimo picked up the black shield again. The black shield could withstand his strength without shattering and was considered a treasure. Of course, to Su Zimo, that was not something he cared a lot for. He had gained quite a bit from the few battles in the 1,000 demon meat. He had the storage bag of the overlord of levitating Goat Peak. Right then, Lu Hanyan arrived in front of Su Zimo and bowed deeply, saying sincerely, "I am Lu Hanyan of 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you for saving our lives, fellow Taoist." Nan Gongling could sense that Lu Hanyan was looking at Su Zimo with a different meaning. He could not help but feel a little jealous and sent a voice transmission hurriedly. "Hanyan, be careful. This person's identity is unknown, and he seems to know the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Let's ask him about his background first." "That's for later." Lu Hanyan shook her head slightly and sent a voice transmission. "No matter what, it's a fact that this fellow Taoist saved us. If not for him, the three of us would have been captured by Wu Yuan long ago. We don't know what sort of humiliation we would have to endure right now." Nan Gongling could not refute her. Lu Hanyan nudged Ru Xian gently and sent a voice transmission. "Hurry up and thank him. He saved you twice." Ru Xian pouted and bowed toward Su Zimo. "Brute, my name is Ru Xian, and I'm also from 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you for today." Nan Gongling was a little reluctant as well. However, he still cupped his fists and bowed toward Su Zimo, saying deeply, I'm Nangongling of 100 Refinement Sect. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Although the three of them were from the same sect, their personalities were different. Lu Hanyan was calm and polite. She had the bearing of a disciple of a major sect. Ru Xian appeared carefree and straightforward. As for Nangongling, apart from the aura of a major sect, there was also a pride in his bones, as though he came from an extraordinary background. The three of them gave Su Zimo a good feeling. At the very least, they did not have bad natures and were filled with vigor and courage. Hey, haven't you heard of Senior Brother Nangong's name? When she saw that Su Zimo had no reaction after Nangongling introduced her, Ru Xian could not help but ask. Su Zimo recalled carefully before shaking his head. I've never heard of it. Ru Xian immediately revealed a look of disdain. Have you heard of the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking? Ru Xian asked. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Rubbing her puffed-up chest, Ru Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. You even know about the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. That saves me the trouble of explaining. Pausing for a moment, Ru Xian took a deep breath and said, Slowly, listen up. Senior Brother Nangong is ranked 83 on the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking this time round. Su Zimo was stunned. It was not because he was shocked. He was once the top of the phenomenon ranking, and 83 was nothing in his eyes. He was stunned because, on the one hand, he was lamenting the passage of time. 100 years had passed, and the phenomenon ranking had already changed. On the other hand, he was filled with emotions as he recalled everything that happened in the ancient battlefield 100 years ago. Nangongling stood at the side and raised his chin proudly with a hint of pride in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Hanyan from time to time, as though he was silently showing off. Although he looked calm on the surface, he could not conceal his delight. He was very satisfied with Su Zimo's reaction. Anyone who saw a cultivator ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking would be shocked and fearful. At that moment, Nangongling felt as though he was the only existence in the world as his entire body shone. Lu Hanyan rubbed her forehead helplessly. Hee. When Ru Xian saw Su Zimo's dazed expression, she could not help but laugh. She waved her palm in front of Su Zimo's eyes. Are you scared out of your wits? Hey, wake up. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and chuckled as well, seemingly with a deeper meaning. However, at that moment, neither Nangongling or Ru Xian realized it. Not long later, when they truly understood the meaning behind Su Zimo's smile, they were so embarrassed that they nearly dug a hole to hide in. What are you laughing foolishly about? Ru Xian hammered Su Zimo's chest without any malice. Ru Xian, stop fooling around. Lu Hanyan could not stand it any longer and said, There's always someone better than you. I admire Senior Brother Nangong's strength as well, but he has 82 paragons ahead of him. Furthermore, there's also the paragons of the previous phenomenon ranking and the previous phenomenon ranking. Ru Xian shook her head. You can't say that. We're cultivators of 100 Refinement Sect, one of the 4 unorthodox groups. We can't compare to the Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sections. It's almost impossible for us 100 Refinement Sect cultivators to get a spot on the phenomenon ranking. The last time we got a spot on the phenomenon ranking was thousands of years ago. Ru Xian was not wrong. It was difficult for the disciples of the 4 unorthodox groups to leave their names on the phenomenon ranking. Among the 4 unorthodox groups of the previous phenomenon ranking, only Ji Qingtian of Elixir Yang sect was ranked. Even then, he was lower than the top 100. Therefore, it was rather rare for Nangongling to be ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking. That was easy to understand, be it the 100 Refinement Sect or the other 4 unorthodox groups. They had different cultivation tendencies. For example, 100 Refinement Sect valued weapon refinement more than anything else. However, a person's energy was limited. If one wanted to attain success in weapon refinement, they would have to expend a tremendous amount of mental energy. As such, his combat strength would naturally be weaker. Throughout history, there were very few cultivators in 100 Refinement sect who were renowned for their accomplishments in weapon refinement and combat strength. Chapter 898. Who remembered? Chapter 898. Who remembered? Ru Xian continued smugly. Let me tell you, it's not just senior brother Nangong. Sister Han Yan and I entered the ancient battlefield and arrived at Myriad Phenomenon City in the end to witness the unprecedented battle for the phenomenon ranking. Such an experience was indeed rare and was something worth bragging about. After all, there were very few golden cores in Tianhuang mainland who were qualified to enter the ancient battlefield. In the end, there were even fewer who could reach Myriad Phenomenon City. Su Zimo sighed internally. It was a pity that the previous phenomenon ranking battle was not an honor for the paragons of Myriad Phenomenon City. It was a catastrophe. Ru Xian continued. The number one of the phenomenon ranking this time round is extremely impressive. He created an unprecedented golden core phenomenon that swept through all his peers with unparalleled might. He's an unprecedented monster incarnate. That's right. He even left his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. The tides were turbulent, and in 100 years, countless paragons would rise and shine. Su Zimo's expression was calm, and his eyes flashed with a glint. He wondered how many people still remembered him after 100 years have passed. Even though Yi Tiancheng is powerful, he is not unprecedented. Lu Hanyan shook her head. I heard that the previous phenomenon rankings top and second place both created a new phenomenon. Furthermore, there are many legends about the previous phenomenon rankings number one. He seems to be even stronger than Yi Tiancheng. Tisk. Ru Xian pouted in disdain. Sister, you said it yourself. The previous phenomenon rankings number one was a legend. What's a legend? It's fake. The more rumors spread, the more fake they become. Nan Gongling nodded as well. We've never seen what the top of the previous phenomenon ranking looked like, and we don't know how fake the stories are either. However, we witnessed the combat strength of Yi Tiancheng with our own eyes. It's truly unprecedented. We've all entered nascent soul realm. He must have entered nascent soul realm long ago as well. Given his combat strength, he will definitely be able to sweep through all perfected lords and be invincible in the nascent soul realm. From the looks of it, Nan Gongling and the other two clearly knew nothing about what happened in Myriad Phenomenon City 100 years ago. Or rather, even if they knew, they only knew a limited amount and thought that it was just a legend. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. He could understand that. After all, the major sects and factions of Myriad Phenomenon City were massacred by the foreign races 100 years ago. Countless paragons were killed, and almost all of them were wiped out. In the end, he was the one who saved everyone. Furthermore, in the eyes of everyone, he was of a different race. This was a disgraceful matter. In fact, it could even be said that the major sects and factions lost all face in front of the Rakshasa and God race. After returning to Tianhuang mainland, it was only logical for them to keep this a secret. Because of that, the truth was concealed. That was merely 100 years. If it was 500 years later or 1,000 years later, who would remember that there was a figure in Myriad Phenomenon City who fought to the death and protected the last bit of dignity of the human race without retreating at all? Who would remember that there was once a person who managed to turn the tides single-handedly? Who would remember that there was once a figure that stood on the corpse of an alien race with an unparalleled aura and let out a heroic roar? The emperors are not here, but I am. As time passed, everything would eventually be buried until there were no traces left. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and asked in a seemingly casual manner, You guys seem to look down on the previous phenomenon ranking's top spot. That's normal. Ru Xian shrugged. There's only two possibilities if there's no news of that person within 100 years. First, he's already dead. Furthermore, he died silently. It's clear that he's nothing much. The paragons that died prematurely would eventually be forgotten without exception. Su Zimo asked, "What's the second possibility?" Ru Xian said, "Second, he's timid as a mouse and has already gone into hiding." Su Zimo frowned, not really understanding what she was saying. Ru Xian continued, 80 years ago, Di'in, who was ranked second on the previous phenomenon ranking, declared that he wanted to engage in a life-and-death battle with this man. However, he did not respond at all. Later on, Di'in made a move, and I heard that he nearly beat that person's best friend to death. Even then, that person did not even show himself. If he's not as cowardly as a rat, what is he? As she spoke, she shuddered and could not continue. Instinctively, she raised her head and saw a cold gaze and expression on Su Zimo's face. He exuded a shuddering aura that was indescribably terrifying. Su Zimo's hands were stained with the blood of paragons and monster incarnates. It was definitely not a fluke that he had accumulated corpses along the way. He even dared to kill an overlord. How could someone as strong as Ru Xian withstand his wrath? When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Ah! Ru Xian shrieked in shock and retreated a few steps. Nangong Ling and Lu Hanyan's expressions changed drastically as well. They felt their hearts skip a beat as though a catastrophe was about to befall them. Nangong Ling slapped his storage bag and pulled out a long saber with a clang, waiting intently. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and knew that he had lost his composure. He retracted his killing intent, and that shuddering aura vanished as well. Ru Xian and the other two were stunned. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed man had returned to his normal self. That sense of trepidation earlier on seemed like an illusion. Feeling aggrieved, Ru Xian came before Su Zimo and hollered, "Why are you glaring at me? Why are you being so fierce to me?" Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else and lost my composure." Humph. Ru Xian rolled her eyes, seemingly unappreciative. Su Zimo did not console her either and asked, "May I ask who Di'in injured?" "I don't know." Ru Xian snapped and turned away. Lu Hanyan saw that the situation was a little tense and hurriedly continued, "I heard that Tomb Sect's successor was injured along with a fellow Taoist surnamed Ji from Elixir Yang sect." Lu Hanyan stole a glance. When she saw Su Zimo's expressionless face, she continued, "That fellow Taoist surnamed Ji was saved by Elixir Yang sect's elixir and did not die. I heard that the fellow Taoist of Tomb Sect escaped as well. However, his whereabouts are unknown and his fate is unknown." Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and probed, "Fellow Taoist, you know them?" Su Zimo remained silent and did not reply. Tao Lord Extreme, Fire's voice, sounded in his mind. "Don't worry if your friend were to obtain Tomb Sect's true inheritance. He wouldn't die so easily. Furthermore, after those two incidents, the others will definitely be locked up by their sections. No matter how strong Di'in is, he wouldn't dare to kill in the territory of those major sections." When Lu Hanyan saw that Su Zimo did not reply, she did not get angry and continued, "I heard that Di'in wanted to kill a few more people initially. However, they were locked up by their sects and Di'in lost his chance." Su Zimo finally relaxed. As long as his old friends were fine, his return was not too late. Chapter 899. How dare he? Chapter 899. How dare he? After a moment of silence, Lu Hanyan smiled gently and looked up at Su Zimo with watery eyes. "We've digressed. We still don't know your name, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "My name is Emo Ling." That was a name that he used back when he was a weapon refinement master and was famous in the capital of Great Zhou. Now that he was about to arrive at the largest weapon refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland and was using that name, it was rather interesting. Emo Ling. Both Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian thought to themselves, but realized that they had never heard of it before. Back then, Mo Ling had only made a name for himself in the great Zhou dynasty. Even the cultivators of the North region had not heard of him, let alone the cultivators of the Middle Continent. 100 years later, there are even fewer people who could link Su Zimo and Mo Ling together. Nan Gongling's gaze flickered, and he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Fellow Taoist, you don't seem weak. Which sect are you from?" Su Zimo could tell that Nan Gongling was testing him. However, he was prepared and replied indifferently with a calm expression, "I'm an itinerant cultivator without any sect or faction." Nan Gongling frowned. There's something odd about his identity. He's definitely not telling the truth. Nan Gongling secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian. Ru Xian replied hurriedly, "I had the same feeling. How could he know about our secret Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra if he's not from any sect or faction?" The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was no casual cultivation technique. There were many lineages within 100 Refinement sect, but they were the only ones qualified to cultivate. Not to mention itinerant cultivators from other sects. Even cultivators from other factions were not qualified to cultivate. Although there were not many cultivators in Nan Gongling's lineage, their status in 100 Refinement sect was extremely high. The reason why their lineage was called Extreme Fire was to commemorate their Grandmaster. The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was passed down by their founder master and was not to be underestimated. Even if a cultivator could obtain the mental cultivation technique, few of them would be able to cultivate it successfully. How could Nan Gongling and the other two not be shocked when they met an unknown cultivator outside the sect who knew the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra? At the same time, Dao Lord Extreme Fire's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. "Ask them about Hellfire Hall." Su Zimo coughed gently and asked, "I heard that man mention that he was from Hellfire Hall. What's their background?" Nan Gongling and the other two were surprised when they heard that question. Ru Xian was straightforward and glared at him. "You've never even heard of Hellfire Hall." "I'm not a cultivator of the Middle Continent and am from another region. I really don't know the name of Hellfire Hall." Su Zimo raised his brow and said deliberately, "Why? Is Hellfire Hall famous and more powerful than 100 Refinement sect?" As though someone had stepped on her tail, Ru Xian jumped and shouted, "How is that possible?" She said in a huff, "Hellfire Hall is a traitor of our 100 Refinement sect. They've only made a name for themselves in recent years. How can they compare to us?" "Traitor?" Su Zimo asked. "Who betrayed 100 Refinement sect?" This question was naturally asked by Dao, Lord Extreme Fire. Nan Gongling and the other two were stunned by the question, and a hint of confusion flashed through their eyes. It was clear that they did not know much about this. Ru Xian gritted her teeth. "In any case, he's definitely a traitor. I heard that the capabilities of the master of Hellfire Hall were learned from our 100 Refinement sect." When Su Zimo saw that Nan Gongling and the other two were young and probably did not know about these ancient secrets, he did not continue asking. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked again, "Why did that cultivator of Hellfire Hall chase you here despite the dangers?" "It's naturally because—" Ru Xian was about to reply when a deep voice sounded in her mind, interrupting her. Nan Gongling hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "We don't know his identity and background. Don't tell him everything. You can't judge a book by its cover. In the cultivation world, sinister and cunning people are everywhere. We have to be careful and not get betrayed without knowing." Ru Xian stuck out her tongue and looked at Su Zimo warily with a guarded expression. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine if it's inconvenient to talk about it." For some reason, Lu Hanyan had an indescribable trust in Su Zimo in her heart. This man had a rough appearance and could not be considered handsome. However, he was open and honest. Every single move he made exuded an unrestrained aura. Furthermore, that person had just saved them. The reason why the people of Hellfire Hall are chasing us is because of the two items we just obtained. Lu Hanyan ignored Nan Gongling's gaze and said, "Meteorite and malevolent earth black bronze." These were two top-grade materials for refining dermic weapons. After Dao, Lord Extreme Fire's intense revision during this period of time, the origin of the two materials flashed through his mind. As the name suggested, meteorites were stars that fell from the skies. The stars in the heavens were massive, and every single one of them possessed an extremely terrifying power. According to the ancient records, there were ancient emperors who used supreme divine powers to pluck the stars. Under the vast night sky, the Dao fire burned with an emperor weapon as tribute, causing the world to tremble. After the death of the star, its power weakened continuously. By the time it fell to the ground, there was barely any power left, be it in terms of size or power. Even so, the heaven and earth powers contained within the meteorites were extremely pure and were still top-grade materials for refining dermic weapons. Dao, Lord Extreme Fire, had once mentioned to Su Zimo that if he used meteorites to refine dermic weapons, he might even have a chance of creating a connate dermic weapon with 6 dermic patterns. As for the malevolent earth black bronze, it was also a top-grade treasure with rich heaven and earth powers. Black bronze was a rare spirit material to begin with. If he wanted to condense a small piece of malevolent earth black bronze, he would have to nourish it for 10,000 years in a place surrounded by malevolent earth. It could be said that the two materials were priceless, and the appearance of the two materials alone would attract many experts to fight for them. Lu Hanyan seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of worry between her brows. After some time, our 100 Refinement sect will have a weapon refinement battle with Hellfire Hall. At that time, all the major sects will be present, and 100 Refinement sect won't be able to afford to lose. Su Zimo nodded. Hellfire Hall had mobilized a large force to kill Nan Gongling and the other two and snatch away the 2 top-grade spirit materials so that they would gain a slight advantage in the upcoming weapon refinement competition. Noticing the worry in Lu Hanyan's eyes, Su Zimo could not help but ask, "You've already saved the 2 spirit materials. Are you still worried?" Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "The person that Hellfire Hall sent out for the competition is a genius in weapon refinement. He once forged a connate perfected Lord Dermic weapon, personally. I can't compare to him in that aspect. It was way too difficult to refine connate dermic weapons. Prior to this, even with his spirit perception, Su Zimo could only create perfect-grade spirit weapons. Some of his connate spirit weapons were repaired using damaged ones. It was much less difficult than creating a connate dermic weapon." Su Zimo asked, "What happens if you lose?" Lu Hanyan pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time before saying bitterly, "Among the 4 unorthodox groups, 100 Refinement sect might be replaced. How dare he?" A furious voice sounded from the Mingwang prayer bead. Immediately after, a scorching aura spread out as though it wanted to incinerate the heavens. Chapter 900, Grandmaster. Chapter 900, Grandmaster. Nan Gongling and the other 2 were shocked by the sudden aura and voice. The Mingwang prayer beads were hung on Su Zimo's wrist and hidden within his sleeves. Therefore, Nan Gongling and the other 2 instinctively thought that Su Zimo was the one who gave off that terrifying heat. However, the 3 of them felt that something was amiss. His voice earlier on sounded old and was clearly different from Su Zimo's. Furthermore, his voice was filled with endless rage. What did this man have to do with the issues of 100 Refinement sect? Why was he so angry? It was ridiculous. Right then, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness descended from afar. Su Zimo had experienced the power of a spirit consciousness of this level many times in the Thousand Demon Valley. That was the spirit consciousness of a Dharma characteristic. Immediately after, a howl sounded, approaching from afar at a shocking speed. As expected, it was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Su Zimo noticed that the intruder was coming from the direction of 100 Refinement Sect and felt slightly relieved. On the other side, Nan Gongling and the other two were delighted when they heard the howl. Nan Gongling said in a deep voice, "It's Master. Master is here to pick us up." Ru Xian clapped happily. Lu Hanyan turned to Su Zimo and whispered, "This is our master, and his Tao title is Scarlet Star. He's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord." Su Zimo nodded. In the blink of an eye, a tall and strong figure descended. The intruder was a head taller than Su Zimo, wearing a scarlet Taoist robe with fiery patterns that looked as though they were about to burn. He strode majestically. "Master." Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan bowed. Ru Xian leaned forward with a grin and shook the person's arm, saying coquettishly, "Master, why are you here?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star swept his gaze and harumphed in a domineering manner. Frightened, Ru Xian retracted her arm hurriedly and bowed in a solemn manner. "Greetings, Master." Tao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice, "I was about to enter seclusion, but I sensed something on a whim. Not long after I left the sect, I sensed a fight here and hurried over." Pausing for a moment, he surveyed his surroundings and looked at the corpses on the ground. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Zimo. "Seems like I'm late." Su Zimo cupped his fists and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Emo Ling. Were you the one who saved my 3 good-for-nothing disciples?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star asked slowly with a suppressive aura. Against the might of Tao Lord Scarlet Star, Su Zimo was indifferent and replied with a calm expression, "I happened to pass by and helped out of convenience." "All right." Tao Lord Scarlet Star praised internally. It was truly rare for a nascent soul to be able to remain calm and composed under his suppressive aura. Tao Lord Scarlet Star retracted his pressure and asked in a much friendlier manner, "My young friend, you've helped me out of justice and saved my 3 useless disciples. What do you want as a reward? If it's within my capabilities, I won't decline." Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, Nan Gongling shouted anxiously, "Master!" Tao Lord Scarlet Star frowned and glanced sideways. Even though Nan Gongling did not say anything, it was clear that he was using his spirit consciousness to send voice transmissions. Tao Lord Scarlet Star's expression changed, and his eyes shone with a divine light as his Tao Lord's aura descended once more. He narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian, asking in a deep voice, "Is what Linger said true?" Ru Xian nodded. Lu Hanyan looked at Su Zimo worriedly and nodded as well. Suddenly, Tao Lord Scarlet Star turned around and walked towards Su Zimo with a scorching aura, his gaze cold. "Speak. Where did you learn the Scarlet Flame, Heart Sutra? Who are you?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star had an intimidating aura and a burning gaze, as though he wanted to incinerate Su Zimo. "Master," Lu Hanyan replied hurriedly, "this fellow Taoist did save the 3 of us without any ill intentions. Please show mercy, Master." "Humph." Without turning back, Tao Lord Scarlet Star glared at Su Zimo and said coldly, "That depends on whether he's honest or not, and if he can give me a good reason not to kill him. The 3 of you should know that the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra is passed down by our Grandmaster and is the foundation of our faction. We must not allow it to be leaked. If he doesn't explain himself, he won't be able to escape death today." Tao Lord Scarlet Star's tone was murderous without any room for negotiation. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in his mind. That sigh carried an indescribable sadness and vicissitude. Your little tiger. Right after, a question sounded in Tao, Lord Scarlet Star's mind, as though unable to confirm. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star's expression changed, and he could not help but stagger 2 steps in retreat. He looked at Su Zimo as though he had seen a ghost. Master, what's wrong? Nan Gongling and the other 2 were even more confused when they saw how odd Tao, Lord Scarlet Star's reaction was as they closed in and asked anxiously. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star's reaction was intense as he pushed Nan Gongling and the other 2 away and hollered, "Go away!" He glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a bewildered expression. Nobody could understand the fear he felt at that moment. His real name was Lin, and he joined the 100 Refinement sect 5,000 years ago. Ever since he entered the Void Reversion Realm, he had established his Tao title as Scarlet Star. Apart from a few Grand Elders who had not left the sect for a long time, no one knew his real name. As for the term Little Tiger, it was only used 5,000 years ago when he first joined the sect and was still a child. At that time, he was strong-headed and clumsy in everything he did. However, his master and grandmaster loved and took care of him. In the past, apart from his master, his martial uncles, and that grandmaster whose name shook the entire Tianhuang mainland were the only ones who called him that. After so many years, when he heard the term again, Lin Hu, also the current Tao Lord Scarlet Star, was stunned. It was as though time had reversed, and he had returned to the past. Who are you? Tao Lord Scarlet Star asked the same question once more. However, he was no longer as aggressive and murderous as before. Instead, there was a hint of trepidation and anticipation. Sigh. A sigh sounded in his mind once more. Initially, Tao Lord Extreme Fire was unsure. After all, when he disappeared, Tao Lord Scarlet Star was still a child and his name was not Scarlet Star. However, Tao Lord Extreme Fire no longer had any doubts after seeing Tao Lord Scarlet Star's reaction. Tao Lord Extreme Fire released a spirit consciousness that formed a scorching red barrier that isolated Nangongling and the other 2. Thereafter, a scarlet essence, spirit, floated out from Su Zimo's left wrist. Standing in midair, it looked at Tao Lord Scarlet Star with a sorrowful and compassionate gaze. Tao Lord Scarlet Star was instantly stunned. He looked at the essence, spirit, not far away with disbelief in his eyes. Subsequently, it was ecstasy, followed by sorrow and finally endless grievance. The Dharma characteristic expert knelt on the ground with a thud, his lips trembling like a child reuniting with his kin. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Grand Master!" Chapter 901. Things Have Changed. Chapter 901. Things have changed. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was emotional when he heard the term Grandmaster and nodded repeatedly. "Good child, you've cultivated to this stage as well. Very good, well done. Hurry and get up." Although Tao Lord Scarlet Star's clothes were drenched in tears, he merely shook his head and knelt down. An ominous feeling surged through Tao Lord Extreme Fire as he took a few deep breaths before asking, "Is your master, Tianxin, doing well?" Tao, being Tianxin, was Tao Lord Extreme Fire's eldest disciple and the only one among his 7 disciples who had cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. After Tao Lord Extreme Fire went missing, it was all thanks to Tao, being Tianxin, that the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was passed down. Upon hearing Tao Lord Extreme Fire's question, Tao Lord Scarlet Star cried with a pained expression, "Master is already dead!" Ah! Even though Tao Lord Extreme Fire was prepared, he let out a low cry and his eyes revealed an irreparable pain. After a long silence, Tao Lord Extreme Fire could not help but ask, "Your martial uncles, Shiyu, Chonghai, and Luo Ling." Tao Lord Extreme Fire could not continue. Tao Lord Scarlet Star lowered his head and pursed his lips, sobbing softly with his shoulders moving. The few of them did not manage to advance to the Dharma characteristic, and their lifespans ended. They have already passed away. Eventually, Tao Lord Scarlet Star spoke with difficulty. Sigh. At that point, Su Zimo sighed internally. He suddenly felt pity for Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. Time was merciless. Without reaching Dharma characteristic realm, one's lifespan would not exceed 5,000 years. To think that by the time Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, returned, all 7 of his disciples were already dead. 5,000 years had gone by, and the saddest thing was that things had changed. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, remained silent and closed his eyes with a sorrowful expression, as though he had aged considerably in an instant. The figures of the 7 disciples flashed through his mind. The laughter of the 7 disciples seemed to echo in his ears. When he left, those disciples were not old and were no more than 1,000 years old. The youngest, Shiryu, was only a little over 100 years old. In Tao Lord Extreme Fire's eyes, he was like a child. Yet, by the time he returned, he could no longer see them again. Su Zimo stood silently at the side, not knowing how to console Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Apart from the fights between cultivators, races, good and evil, immortals and fiends, time was like a knife that hung at the back of their necks. If one were to stop on the path of cultivation, the saber would slash down. No one was spared. All of a sudden, as though he thought of something, Tao Lord Extreme Fire opened his eyes, and they seemed to burn with flames. It can't be. Tao Lord Extreme Fire shook his head. It's understandable that Luo Ling, Shiryu, and the others haven't cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra and haven't reached the Dharma characteristic realm. However, your master Tianqin clearly cultivated the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Furthermore, he was already at the perfected void reversion realm when I left and could step into the Dharma characteristic realm at any moment. How could he have passed away? At that point, Tao Lord Extreme Fire suddenly recalled that Tao Lord Scarlet Star had said that his master had died and not passed away. Generally speaking, the word die was not used to describe cultivators who had passed on peacefully. What happened to Tianqin? Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked slowly. Tao Lord Scarlet Star had already stopped crying. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, his eyes were filled with hatred. It's the master of Hellfire Hall. Who is he? Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. I heard that he's a traitor of 100 Refinement sect. Tao Lord Scarlet Star nodded and looked up at Tao Lord Extreme Fire with a conflicted expression. His Tao title is Purple Flame. He was my senior brother. Tao Lord Extreme Fire connected the sentence calmly. Su Zimo was shocked. To think that the master of Hellfire Hall was an expert of Tao Lord Extreme Fire's generation and was even his senior brother. Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked, what happened exactly? About 4,000 years ago, the master of Hellfire Hall betrayed the sect and established his own sect, creating Hellfire Hall. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, he's extremely ambitious. The moment he established Hellfire Hall, he wanted to replace 100 Refinement sect. What are the Grand Elders of the sect doing? They allowed Hellfire Hall to exist till now. Tao Lord Extreme Fire frowned. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said bitterly, it said that there's a super sect backing Hellfire Hall, and the sect doesn't dare to act rashly. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said indifferently, his accomplishments in weapon refinement are not inferior to mine. Coupled with the support of a super sect, he must be developing rapidly. That's right. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, the elders of the sect saw that the rise of Hellfire Hall was inevitable and could only give up. They just hope that the two sects can coexist peacefully. However, the winds don't stop blowing even when the trees want peace. Not only does Hellfire Hall want to replace 100 Refinement Sect, they also want the Scarlet Flame, Heart Sutra. The flames in Tao, Lord Extreme. Fire's eyes burned brighter. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star continued. Master had already reached the Dharma characteristic realm a long time ago. However, he fell into a trap of the Master of Hellfire Hall and was captured alive. He spent so much effort to whip and torment Master's essence spirit in an attempt to force out the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. However, Master refused to say a single word, even at death's door, and his soul was ripped apart, resulting in his death. Su Zimo was enraged when he heard that. That was way too vicious. No matter what, the Master of Hellfire Hall was once a disciple of 100 Refinement Sect. Yet he was so cruel to his former fellow sect mates. Even ghosts wouldn't be able to tolerate his behavior. Senior brother, Purple Flames, when my body recovers, I'll definitely pay you a visit and retrieve your soul to refine it in front of my disciple's grave for 3 days and nights. The flames in Tao, Lord Extreme Fire's eyes burned brightly as though they were 2 gigantic fireballs that wanted to incinerate all living beings in the world with torrential killing intent. Grandmaster, don't be rash. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, said hurriedly, the Master of Hellfire Hall is no longer the same as before. He has long entered the conjoint body realm. Don't take the risk, Grandmaster. Above the Dharma characteristic realm was the conjoint body realm and could be considered as a mighty figure. It was an omnipotent intent. In the past 5,000 years, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, had struggled between life and death. It was already extremely fortunate that he was still alive. However, the cultivation of the Master of Hellfire Hall did not fall. Instead, his cultivation improved day by day, and he had already attained the title of a mighty figure. The gap between them had already widened. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was not afraid at all and merely sneered. A conjoint body mighty figure? Very well. If he was still a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, it would be boring even if I killed him. Su Zimo's eyelids twitched when he heard that bold statement. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, could not help but ask, Grandmaster, where have you been all these years? Your body. It's a long story. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, said, my body has already been destroyed. The reason why I've returned is to reconstruct my body. Don't worry, Grandmaster. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, clearly had some understanding of the ancient technique of forging a body as well. He hurriedly said, the sect has quite a number of top-grade materials for forging bones. If you need anything else, I'll definitely do my best to get it for you. Grandmaster, please hurry back to the sect with me. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, continued, if those old fogies in the sect knew that you were still alive, they would definitely faint from laughter. Chapter 902, A Random Uncle Master from the Skies. Chapter 902, A Random Uncle Master from the Skies. I can't reveal the news of my return for now. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, said in a deep voice, apart from some old fogies in the sect, don't tell anyone else, including your 3 disciples. Don't worry, Grandmaster. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, patted his chest and guaranteed, I'm the most tight-lipped. If Nangong Ling and the other 2 saw this, their jaws would probably drop. Their usually stern master, who did not smile, much revealed a hint of childishness in the face of Tao, Lord Extreme Fire. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, thought for a moment and asked, earlier on, I heard that 100 Refinement Sect is going to have a weapon refinement competition with Hellfire Hall. When will that be? 3 months later, at the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet. At the mention of that, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, revealed a worried expression. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, asked again, what 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet? Why haven't I heard of it before? Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, replied, around 3,000 years ago, a mystic tea tree was discovered in a valley under 1,000 Crane Sect's jurisdiction. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. In the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, there were some records of the mystic tea tree. The mystic tea tree was a variant of the primordial era and had long gone extinct. It was said that the tree was extremely magical and its leaves would only mature once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, the leaves would wither within a day after maturing. The essence spirit of a nascent soul would receive unimaginable nourishment if they drank the tea that was brewed with spirit spring water within that single day. Drinking a cup of mystic tea would help cultivators purge the impurities in their essence spirits and allow them to advance to the void reversion realm faster. The effect was shocking. The leaves of the mystic tea tree can't be stored and it's a waste. Thousand Crane sect doesn't have that many nascent souls. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, said, therefore on this day, Thousand Crane sect will invite the nascent souls of the Middle Continent here to have a friendly chat. The Thousand Crane Tea Banquet is held once every 1,000 years, and it's a rare opportunity. Apart from the immortal and Buddhist sects, the major sects and aristocratic families will send cultivators as well. If I can get myself a cup of mystic tea, it would be worth it even more than cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Su Zimo understood. In other words, the Thousand Crane Tea Banquet was a rare event in the cultivation world. Although it could not compare to the fight for the phenomenon ranking, it was still highly anticipated. At that time, all the major sects and clans would appear. The fight for weapon refinement between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Hall was perfect for this tea banquet. It would attract the attention of countless cultivators. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, said worriedly, if we lose this match, our 100 Refinement Sect's reputation will be tarnished and Hellfire Hall will definitely not let go of this opportunity. At that time, if the super sect behind Hellfire Hall takes the opportunity to step in and support them, they might replace 100 Refinement Sect. Su Zimo was not bothered by the fight for weapon refinement. After all, he could not help much in this matter. The only thing he paid attention to was the Thousand Crane Tea Banquet. Since all the major factions were gathered at this tea session, it was unknown if Di-een would appear. If Di-een appeared, he could find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire frowned and asked, are you not confident of winning this weapon refinement competition? No. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, shook his head. Among my 3 disciples, Lu Hanyan is the one with the highest attainments in weapon refinement. However, she's still slightly inferior compared to that genius from Hellfire Hall. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire frowned. If he could recover his body, he could naturally step in and start a new fight as a weapon refinement grandmaster. However, 3 months was too short and he had yet to reconstruct his body. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire looked at Su Zimo instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo's mind was filled with thoughts of how to kill Di-een, and he did not notice Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire's gaze. Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire glanced at Su Zimo before shaking his head with a bitter smile as he thought to himself. Zimo has just started refining dermic weapons not long ago and hasn't even refined a single dermic weapon yet. How can he compare to Lu Hanyan? While Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was looking at Su Zimo, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, was also sizing him up, trying to guess his background. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was just an ordinary nascent soul. Now that he saw how much Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, trusted Su Zimo, he could not help but wonder what their relationship was. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, pondered for a long time without any clues and said, we'll talk about this in the future. Who's the current sect master? It's Senior Brother White Flames. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, replied. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire smiled faintly. So it's him. He was also a brat when I left. I'll head back to the sect to take a look. Take care of Emo Ling first. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire reminded him before turning to Su Zimo. The 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet is in 3 months. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay in 100 Refinement Sect for a period of time and attend the tea banquet with them. All right. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Now that he knew that Ji Qingtian, Leng Ro, and the others were fine, he was in no hurry to meet his old friends. The 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet was in 3 months, and he would naturally be able to meet everyone then. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, had yet to gather all the materials for forging his bones and body. Su Zimo might be of some help if he stayed in 100 Refinement Sect. Frowning slightly, Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, pointed at Su Zimo and could not help but ask, "Grandmaster, who is that little fellow? Why do I have to make arrangements for him personally?" In Tao, Lord Crimson Star's opinion, he was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord after all. How could he be reduced to arranging a place for a little nascent soul? Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, said indifferently, "You can call him Uncle Master." With that said, Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, put away the surrounding flame barrier and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the void instantly. What? Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, was stunned. "Uncle, Master." Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, glared at Su Zimo unblinkingly, as though he wanted to devour the latter. Su Zimo coughed gently in embarrassment as well. He had just joined Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, as a disciple, and was indeed a little young. He was not used to suddenly having a Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord's disciple nephew. Nan Gongling and the other two discussed softly on the spot, speculating about various possibilities. Before they realized it, the flame barrier beside them disappeared and a red light flashed before their eyes. None of them paid attention to it. Immediately after, the three of them saw their master standing face to face with the unknown nascent soul. Both of them were silent and the atmosphere was strange. What had just happened? Nan Gongling and the other two were confused. "Master," Nan Gongling called softly. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, frowned and felt that something was amiss. The little fellow before him was only at nascent soul realm at more than 100 years old. Yet a 5,000-year-old monster like him had to address this little fellow as Uncle Master. How was that possible? Grandmaster must have said something wrong in confusion. However, I seem to have heard the words Senior Uncle. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, was conflicted. Right then, his eyes lit up when he heard Nan Gongling's voice. He slapped his forehead in realization. Grandmaster did not ask me to address this man as Uncle Master. Instead, he wanted my 3 disciples to address him as Uncle Master. In that case, Mo Ling is my junior brother. Yes, that must be the case. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, sorted out his thoughts and was delighted. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, was frowning a moment earlier and was now laughing to himself foolishly as he rubbed his head. Nan Gongling shuddered at the sight of that and could not help but ask, "Master, who is this Mo Ling?" Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, waved his hand. "You guys can call him Uncle Master." Chapter 903, Long Lost Junior Brother. Chapter 903, Long Lost Junior Brother. Ah. Nan Gongling and the other two looked confused as well. How did someone appear out of nowhere and become their Uncle Master? Could it be any more perfunctory? Nan Gongling scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Master, can we not joke around? Who is this fellow Taoist? How does he know the Scarlet Flame, Heart Sutra? Who's joking with you?" Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, rolled his eyes and pointed at Su Zimo. "He knows the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra because he's my junior brother." Nan Gongling and the other two were dumbfounded. They were not fools. It was clear from the way Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, and Su Zimo behaved that they did not know each other previously. How did they become fellow disciples in the blink of an eye? Ru Xian leaned forward and chuckled. "Master, stop fooling around. You're already at the Dharma characteristic realm, and your junior brother is only at the nascent soul realm. Who would believe that?" Tao Lord Scarlet Star was stunned as well. Immediately he glared at Ru Xian and berated, "Stop being cheeky!" Ru Xian pouted and retreated. With a stern expression, Tao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice, "It's normal that junior brother's cultivation realm isn't high because he hasn't cultivated for long. This junior brother of mine is only in his 140s. He's younger than all of you." Although Ru Xian and the others could not tell Su Zimo's age, Tao Lord Scarlet Star could. Nan Gongling and the other two were dumbfounded. They had seen that Su Zimo had a boorish appearance and was steady in his actions. No matter what, he should be several hundred years old. To think that he was only more than 100 years old. 100 years old seemed very old. However, nascent souls had a lifespan of 1,000 years. If compared to the lifespan of a mortal at 100 years, Su Zimo would be equivalent to a teenager who was younger than 20 years old. 100-year-old nascent soul was equivalent to a young expert in the mortal realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo was already at late-stage nascent soul. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Nan Gongling and the other two were over 200 years old and were older than Su Zimo. They were considered rare paragons, although they had only cultivated to early-stage nascent soul. Among them, Nan Gongling was ranked 83rd on the phenomenon ranking. Prior to this, although Su Zimo had displayed powerful methods, Nan Gongling did not think much of it. In his opinion, as long as he could cultivate to late-stage nascent soul realm, he would definitely be stronger than Su Zimo. To think that he had already lost. What Nan Gongling and the other two, including Tao Lord Scarlet Star, did not know was that the reason why Su Zimo could only reach late-stage nascent soul realm after cultivating for more than 100 years was because he had cultivated 2 essence spirits. Furthermore, the black-haired essence spirit had to cultivate the top 2 cultivation techniques of the immortal and Buddhist sects. Although the cultivation technique was powerful, it consumed twice as much time. Furthermore, at least half of the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was used to nourish the creation green lotus during this period of time. The speed at which his cultivation was raised had slowed down significantly unknowingly. Otherwise, he might have reached his current cultivation realm before he was even 100 years old. In reality, based on seniority, Su Zimo was Tao Lord Extreme Fire's disciple, so he was the junior brother of Tao Lord Tianqin, who was the master of Tao Lord Scarlet Star. In that case, he was indeed Tao Lord Scarlet Star's Uncle Master. Su Zimo smiled and watched everything quietly without correcting them. Tao Lord Scarlet Star had lived for more than 5,000 years, and the connection might not have been difficult for him to make. However, he might have just found it hard to accept right away. After all, he had a noble status in 100 Refinement sect and was considered the master of the extreme fire lineage. Su Zimo was more than 100 years old. In Tao Lord Scarlet Star's eyes, he was still a wet-behind-the-ears child. Now that this little child had suddenly appeared and became his Uncle Master, how was he going to survive in the sect? Every time he saw Su Zimo, he would have to bow to him and address him as Uncle Master. The thought of that was enough to drive him crazy. Su Zimo did not expose Tao Lord Scarlet Star for pretending to be ignorant for the moment. After all, he was indifferent towards seniority and had a carefree personality without much regard for the rules. Furthermore, he was indeed too young. If a 5,000-year-old old monster like Tao Lord Scarlet Star were to bow to him every day and address him as Uncle Master, he would feel embarrassed. Only more than 100 years old. Ru Xian circled around Su Zimo and exclaimed, "Why do I feel like he's an old man around 700 to 800 years old?" Su Zimo smiled calmly without retorting. Now that he had changed his appearance, he indeed looked much more mature. Lu Hanyan, on the other hand, did not say anything. She merely stole occasional glances at Su Zimo with curiosity in her eyes. When Nan Gongling noticed this, he was even more anxious. He had a crush on Lu Hanyan and was even willing to join 100 Refinement sect with her. Nan Gongling felt that he had lost face in front of his beloved, and his limelight was stolen by this unknown person for everything that happened today. That was the reason why Nan Gongling targeted Su Zimo. However, he did not have any ill intentions. Initially, Nan Gongling was still thinking about how he should impress Lu Hanyan in the future and compete against Mo Ling. But great, this person had suddenly become their uncle master all of a sudden. How am I going to compete? Nan Gongling grumbled internally. The difference in seniority is too great. Nan Gongling could not help but feel upset when he thought about how he had to address Mo Ling as Uncle Master respectfully every single time they met. Furthermore, this Uncle Master was younger than him. There was something amiss about this matter no matter how he thought about it. If this person was Dao Lord Scarlet Star's junior brother, who was his master? One had to know that their powerful Grandmaster and Martial Uncle Seniors were long dead. Nan Gongling asked carefully, Master, why haven't you mentioned having a junior brother before? Do I have to tell you kids everything about me? Dao Lord Scarlet Star looked askance at Nan Gongling and pointed at Su Zimo. This is my long-lost junior brother. Why? Is there anything wrong? And nothing. Nan Gongling hurriedly echoed with a smile. Immediately he rolled his eyes and asked, Uncle Master Mo Ling's master is... Nan Gongling was prepared to get to the bottom of things. However, before he could finish, he was glared at by Dao Lord Scarlet Star. With a stern expression, Dao Lord Scarlet Star said in a deep voice, All right, stop asking. All you have to remember is that Mo Ling is your Uncle Master. The three of you help him settle down and accompany him around the sect when you're free. I'll be leaving first. Dao Lord Scarlet Star had a headache from the questions and was afraid that he might spill the beans. Like Dao Lord Extreme Fire, he turned and fled, leaving Nan Gongling and the other two looking at one another. Nan Gongling was filled with questions and did not say anything in a huff, merely looking at Su Zimo with an indignant expression. Ru Xian's eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something. Lu Hanyan was still the most respectful. She smiled and came before Su Zimo, bowing slightly. Lu Hanyan of the Extreme Fire lineage greets Uncle Master Mo Ling. Yes. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Slapping his storage bag, he took out a rusty flying sword and handed it over. It's a small gift. Take it. Tisk. When Nan Gongling saw that the flying sword was ordinary and battered, he could not help but purse his lips and grumble. Using a lousy flying sword to fool people. What kind of Uncle Master is this? Lu Hanyan did not reply. She took the flying sword and injected dermic powers. Buzz! The flying sword quivered gently as though it was alive, and its sword chi was sharp. The rust peeled off layer by layer, and 5 bedazzling lights shone from the sword, almost blinding Nan Gongling. 5 dermic patterns and perfect grade of perfected Lord Dermic weapon. Chapter 904, Buddhist Tao Fire. Chapter 904, Buddhist Tao Fire. Holy! Nan Gongling's lips quivered and he almost bit his tongue. This was way too generous. No matter what, perfect grade dermic weapons were extremely rare. Although they were disciples of the largest weapon refinement sect in Tianhuang mainland and were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen anyone who could give away perfect dermic weapons so casually. His expression and casualness were akin to throwing a cabbage by the roadside. Ru Xian's reaction was even more intense. She jumped up from her spot and ran to Su Zimo's side. Before Su Zimo could react, Ru Xian had already tugged at his sleeves and shouted sweetly, "Little Uncle Master, little Uncle Master, little Uncle Master!" It seemed like she was not going to stop until Su Zimo took out his gift. Su Zimo flipped his palm and waved it in front of Ru Xian. Ru Xian's eyes widened instantly. It was a scarlet pearl with a cloud-like pattern on it, looking extremely mystical. Although the bead was not a dermic weapon, both Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan looked envious. This was a fire cloud bead. When carried by cultivators who cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques, it would have the efforts required by them to do anything. Fire cloud beads were extremely rare and were consumables. If they were placed in an auction house, the price would not be lower than a perfected Lord dermic weapon. Thank you, little Uncle Master. Ru Xian took the fire cloud bead over hurriedly and excitedly as she exclaimed in joy. Ru Xian had already thought things through. In any case, she had to acknowledge this Uncle Master sooner or later. It wasn't as though she would die just by addressing him as Uncle Master. Most importantly, there were treasures to be gained. Furthermore, this Uncle Master seemed to be very generous and foolish. If she were to fool him more in the future, she might be able to obtain more treasures. There was no way she could know that Su Zimo truly did not care to give away those 2 items. He had many treasures on him, and he had quite a few more perfected Lord dermic weapons as such. Most importantly, he was no longer interested in treasures of this level. Although perfected Lord dermic weapons were rare, Su Zimo could crush them easily with the Creation Green Lotus. The power of the Creation Green Lotus was comparable to a connate Dao Being dermic weapon. Nan Gongling's eyes turned red when he saw both Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian holding their treasures. He could not stay still any longer. They had just entered the nascent soul realm and did not have perfected Lord dermic weapons. Furthermore, naturally, it was better if they had more of such treasures. An additional perfected Lord dermic weapon would raise his combat strength by a level. Nan Gongling was a little embarrassed as he came before Su Zimo reluctantly. He turned her head and called out softly, "Little Uncle Master." Su Zimo pretended not to hear him and asked with a fake smile, "What did you say?" Nan Gongling was furious internally and grit his teeth. Ru Xian, who was at the side, could not stop laughing gloatingly as though she wanted nothing more than to wreak havoc in the world. A man knows when to bow and submit. I'll endure it. Nan Gongling lamented internally. When my cultivation and strength surpass yours in the future, let's see how you're going to be my Uncle Master. At that thought, Nan Gongling straightened his neck and said loudly with a reckless expression, "I'm Nan Gongling, greetings, little Uncle Master. Please give me a gift." Nan Gongling thought that since he was going to be shameless, he might as well go all the way and brazenly ask for something. Furthermore, he had other intentions. The reason why he addressed Su Zimo as little Uncle Master was to remind the latter that he was too young and not qualified. Su Zimo looked at Nan Gongling meaningfully, as though he had read the latter's mind. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. "Good disciple nephew, how obedient." Nan Gongling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. As Su Zimo spoke, he took out a black object from his storage bag and handed it to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling fixed his gaze, and his eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. That black object was the black shield that Wu Yuan used to defend against Su Zimo. Nan Gongling saw with his own eyes how the black shield was sent flying by Su Zimo's bare hand, shaking Wu Yuan half dead from the shock. From this, it could be seen that the black shield was useless and was merely trash. Humph, what kind of an Uncle Master is this? All you know is how to tease others. Nan Gongling received the black shield and mumbled indignantly. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "If you don't like it, I'll change it for you." "There's no need." Nan Gongling shook his head hurriedly when he heard Su Zimo's words. If it was another one, it might not even be comparable to the black shield. Nan Gongling took another look at the black shield and exclaimed softly. Gradually, he realized something strange. The shield was not a dermic weapon, but the bones of some demon beast. That was why there were no dermic patterns. Nan Gongling knocked some more, and his eyes lit up. If he was not wrong, the black shield should have been made from the bones of a mid-level fiend demon. Its defense was definitely comparable to a perfected Lord dermic weapon. This was a great gain. Nan Gongling was delighted and accepted the black shield hurriedly. In reality, Nan Gongling did not know the power of Su Zimo's punch. Although Su Zimo did not use his full strength, the shield was considered a treasure to be able to withstand a single punch from him without shattering. The three of them were naturally delighted after obtaining their treasures. Ru Xian rushed to speak. Little Uncle Master, let's return to the sect. I'll show you around. All right. Su Zimo nodded. With Ru Xian leading the way, Su Zimo followed behind. Lu Hanyan was half a body behind with Nan Gongling by her side. Hanyan, it's all Wu Yuan's fault for summoning that formation. Nan Gongling sent a voice transmission secretly. If not for the restriction of the formation, I'll definitely be able to kill my way out with you guys. Hanyan, Little Uncle Master only has a higher cultivation realm advantage. When I reach late-stage nascent soul, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Along the way, Nan Gongling pestered Lu Hanyan to prove himself. Lu Hanyan smiled without saying anything. On the other side, Ru Xian was focused on Su Zimo completely. Little Uncle Master, where are you from? Someone from the Middle Continent. Little Uncle Master, you're lying. You clearly said that you're from another region. Oh, is that so? Then I'm someone from another region. Uncle Master, you're patronizing me. Ru Xian expressed her immense curiosity toward Su Zimo and could not wait to interrogate his entire lineage up till all 18 generations of his ancestors. However, Su Zimo was distracted and merely replied in a casual manner. Little Uncle Master, what was with that golden flame you condensed earlier on? Ru Xian could not help but ask. We both cultivate the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra. Why is your flame golden and much stronger? This time round, even Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan turned around and listened intently. The golden flame that Su Zimo released earlier on was way too shocking. It was only the size of a fist, but it suppressed the raging hellfire instantly. Furthermore, the golden flames were sacred and flawless, completely different from the Tao fire aura they cultivated. At that moment, Su Zimo was deep in thought as well, recalling the fight earlier on. The reason why the golden flames were different from Nan Gongling and the other two was because the golden flames were one of the Samadhi Tao flames that he had cultivated, the Buddhist Tao fire. Chapter 905, Brewing Storm. Chapter 905, Brewing Storm. Ever since he thought of the Samadhi Tao fire of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend, Su Zimo had already begun to cultivate in that direction and comprehend it. Although the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was an immortal sect cultivation technique, the first thing Su Zimo comprehended was the Tao fire of Buddhism. That was only logical. The black-haired essence spirit was infused with the sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries, the Siraka flower. As for the Siraka flower, it was a flower of flames to begin with. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo cultivated the top cultivation techniques of the Buddhist monasteries, be it the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra or the Great Day Rulai Sutra, they were all supreme secret manuals of the Buddhist monasteries. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo comprehended Zen and chanted sutras for 20 years, accumulating a solid foundation. It was only logical that he could condense a Buddhist Tao fire. The scene that Nan Gongling and the other two saw was only Su Zimo exchanging blows with Wu Yuan. With a casual flick of his finger, the Tao fire of the Buddhist monasteries was formed, and it looked casual. What the three of them could not see was a black-haired essence spirit chanting sutras in Su Zimo's consciousness. The illusory image of a great Buddha appeared, and the sound of Sanskrit filled the air. It was vast and sacred, lasting and deafening. The black-haired essence spirit had already deduced the immortal sect's cultivation technique to its limits before condensing the golden Buddhist Tao fire. The hellfire that Wu Yuan cultivated leaned towards sinister darkness. Legend has it that the hellfire originated from the sinister purgatory beneath the 9 hells. It was truly difficult to tell who would be the victor if an immortal Tao fire was used to fight the hellfire. On the other hand, the Tao fire of the Buddhist monasteries was sacred and flawless. It was vast and could suppress the 9 hells and transcend the netherworld. It was a natural counter to the hellfire. Therefore, the moment the hellfire and Buddhist Tao fire clashed, the hellfire was suppressed. While chatting idly with Ru Xian, the 4 of them arrived at 100 Refinement Sect unknowingly. At the entrance stood a gigantic tripod that was dozens of feet tall. It looked majestic and magnificent. Su Zimo's group of 4 arrived at the entrance of the mountain and looked up at the gigantic tripod. All of them could feel how insignificant they were. There were many hundred Refinement Sect cultivators guarding the entrance. Most of them were at Foundation Establishment Realm, and there were even 2 or 3 golden cores. When they saw Nangongling and the other 2, the cultivators revealed respectful expressions and greeted them with cupped fists. "Greetings, Senior Brother Nangong, Senior Sister Lu, and Senior Sister Ruxian. Seniors, you have returned. How was your trip?" Ru Xian chattered like a child in front of Su Zimo. However, in front of these sect disciples, she was still more normal and restrained. "You guys can leave. There's nothing much." Ru Xian put on the airs of a senior sister and waved her sleeves with an indifferent expression. Everyone obeyed. One of the golden cores glanced at Su Zimo curiously and asked instinctively, "Fellow Taoist, you are?" Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian did not react much. However, Nangongling looked embarrassed. He was already extremely unwilling to acknowledge Su Zimo as his uncle master to begin with, and was even more afraid that others would know about it. Nangongling's face darkened when he heard that person's question and snapped, "Why are you asking so much? Go back and guard the sect properly." The person was lambasted for nothing and had a confused expression, not knowing what mistake he had made. When Nangongling saw that the person was not leaving, he glared and said coldly, "Why? Do I even have to inform you about somebody I brought back?" And no. The person shrank his neck and retreated hurriedly. Su Zimo found it funny and did not interfere. After the 4 of them entered the 100 Refinement Sect, Nangongling was afraid that he would meet someone he knew and ask him the same question. Therefore, he found an excuse and fled far away. With the accompaniment Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian, the 3 of them traveled smoothly. However, during this period of time, many cultivators looked over with envious gazes. 100 Refinement Sect was unlike Elixir Yang Sect or 1000 Crane Sect. 100 Refinement Sect specialized in weapon refinement, and they had to go through a lot of tempering. As such, most of the people in the sect were men, and there were very few women. However, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were rare beauties, be it the junior or senior brothers. Many of them admired the both of them. When they saw the 2 of them accompanying a burly man to tour the sect, everyone felt like they were looking at a bull trampling on peonies. "Who is that?" "I've never seen him before. He looks unfamiliar. I don't know why, but I feel like beating him up just by looking at him." Although their discussions were soft, Su Zimo heard them clearly. He merely smiled indifferently. He had already completed his mission by sending Tao, Lord Extreme, fire safely. 3 months later, he would be attending the 1000 Crane Tea Banquet and would not be able to stay in 100 Refinement Sect for long. Even if people were dissatisfied, there would be no conflict. It was no wonder why 100 Refinement Sect was a major sect with a long history. Its foundation far surpassed ethereal peak. Immortal mountains towered within the sect and green water surrounded them. The buildings were grand and ancient. Every single tile and brick was made with extreme precision and could be considered as divine workmanship. Within the sect, there were all sorts of buildings that gave off a metallic feel. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian brought Su Zimo to circle around before settling down in a cave abode. For the following period of time, Su Zimo rarely left his cave abode. He merely took out the heaven-slaying sword art and tried to comprehend it daily. This sword art was not to be underestimated. If he could comprehend it as soon as possible, it would be a huge boost to his combat strength. Although he rarely left his cave abode, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian visited him frequently. Su Zimo could sense that the two women were extremely curious about him. Only Ru Xian's curiosity was fully expressed up front. However, Lu Hanyan kept it in her heart in secret. During this period of time, through casual chats with the two women, Su Zimo deduced that 100 Refinement Sect had done everything they could to prepare for Tao, Lord Extreme, Fire's reconstruction of his body. According to the two women, many experts of the sect came out of seclusion during this period of time. From void reversion Tao beings to Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, there were often experts of the sect who went out to collect top-grade materials. In fact, the two have even heard that conjoint body mighty figures of the sect had appeared, but they did not know the reason why. Experts of 100 Refinement Sect also made frequent major moves and took action in the major trading workshops and auction houses, spending huge amounts of money to purchase some rare materials. There were also cultivators from Elixir Yang Sect who purchased large amounts of spirit liquids and elixirs. Tao Lord Extreme, Fire's return, was still a secret. At the very least, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian did not know the reason. Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was only an expert at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, Su Zimo had not expected that the former's return 5,000 years later would be valued so highly by the sect. Even conjoint body, mighty figures of the sect came forth for him. This was the first time Su Zimo realized that Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, was far from simple. He was happy for Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, and worried at the same time. The stronger Tao, Lord Extreme Fire was, the more the news must not be leaked. That was because if anyone heard that Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, had revived, they would definitely be plotting something. Not everyone hoped for Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, to be alive. 3 months later was the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet and a fight for weapon refinement. It was as though everything was happening at the same time. Although the cultivation world was still rather peaceful right now, Su Zimo could sense that a storm was brewing. Chapter 906, Killing Intent of Hellfire Hall. Chapter 906, Killing Intent of Hellfire Hall. 2 months later, Hellfire Hall. In a sinister and cold hall, there were only a few flickering candles. A figure sat high in the middle, looking down at a cultivator of Hellfire Hall, reporting to the palace lord. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "For the past 2 months, 100 Refinement Sect has caused a huge commotion. There are cultivators of the 100 Refinement Sect in all the major trading workshops and auction houses. They're buying all sorts of treasures and elixirs. I wonder what they're for." The one sitting at the top was the master of Hellfire Hall. Expressionlessly, the master of Hellfire Hall asked indifferently, "What sort of treasures?" The cultivator from Hellfire Hall said, 40 days ago a cultivator saw Tao, Lord Tianxing of 100 Refinement Sect, appear at the auction house to buy a sunstone." The master of Hellfire Hall frowned. "A month ago I heard from Elixir Yang Sect cultivators that the sect master of 100 Refinement Sect bought a lot of blood congealing pills, spirit flesh pills, and a large amount of life spirit spring water." After pausing for a moment, the person continued, A few days ago, there were rumors that someone saw a conjoint body mighty figure of 100 refinement sect appear and exchange for a heavenly constellation stone in a trade fair. Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 balls of flames burned in the eyes of the master of Hellfire Hall, dark and sinister. The atmosphere in the hall turned sinister. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall knelt on the ground and kept silent out of fear. A moment later, a voice sounded from above. Are there any other movements from 100 Refinement Sect? And no. The person's voice trembled slightly. The master of Hellfire Hall asked again, Have you found out the identity of the cultivator who killed Wu Yuan and the others 2 months ago? Not yet. The Hellfire Hall cultivator gulped and said, I heard from our spies in 100 Refinement Sect that the cultivator has been living in seclusion ever since he entered the sect and has barely shown himself. That person appears occasionally and is often immersed by an ancient scroll in his hands. He seems like a nerd. Nerd? The master of Hellfire Hall said coldly, You're saying that Wu Yuan and 9 others died in the hands of a Noid? Huh. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall was so scared that he was sweating profusely and did not dare to make a sound. The voice of the master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have come from the depths of the 9 hells, chilling to the bones. After investigating for 2 months, you can only tell me that this person is a nerd and that there's no other information? Huh. There is. The cultivator of Hellfire Hall nodded repeatedly. That person's name is Mo Ling, and he's at late-stage nascent soul realm. I heard that he's only more than 100 years old. Furthermore, a euro. What more? The moment the cultivator of Hellfire Hall hesitated, the voice of the master of Hellfire Hall sounded, sending chills down his spine. The Hellfire Hall cultivator shuddered and said hurriedly, Furthermore, I heard that Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian of 100 Refinement Sect are extremely close to this man. They seem to call him Uncle Master. Uncle Master? The master of Hellfire Hall frowned slightly. How was that possible? If Lu Hanyan addressed this person as Uncle Master, it meant that this person was a cultivator of the same generation as Dao, Lord Scarlet Star. He had seen almost all the cultivators of that generation. How could there be a 100-year-old nascent soul? Our spies don't dare to get too close. The Hellfire Hall cultivator continued. Furthermore, he said that every time he spied on that person from afar, that person would seem to be able to sense it. The person would always glance over in our spy's direction in a seemingly unintentional manner. A nascent soul more than 100 years old with such seniority? Fufu, interesting. The master of Hellfire Hall chuckled. You can leave first. Continue monitoring the 100 Refinement Sect. Understood. As though he was pardoned, the cultivator of Hellfire Hall fled from the place. Silence returned to the hall. A moment later, the voice of the master of Hellfire Hall sounded slowly. Sunstone, heavenly constellation stone, blood congealing pale. Life spirit spring water. Is someone trying to reconstruct a body? There's no mistake. Those are top-grade materials for body reconstruction. A hunched figure slowly walked out from the darkness behind the master of Hellfire Hall. The intruder had white hair, cloudy eyes, and an aged voice. He exuded a vicissitude aura on the verge of death, as though he could pass away at any moment. The master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have known that this person was behind him and was not surprised at all as he continued to mutter to himself. I'm just curious as to who could have alarmed so many cultivators of 100 Refinement Sect and caused such a huge commotion that even conjoint body mighty figures came forth for him. After a moment of silence, the master of Hellfire Hall shook his head. No matter how much I think about it, I can't think of anyone with that much power. Uncle Yu, can you think of anyone? The master of Hellfire Hall glanced sideways at the old man beside him. Uncle Yu shook his head. I don't know. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Yu said, should we mobilize our forces to secretly destroy the 100 refinement sect's search for materials? There's no need. The master of Hellfire Hall shook his head with a look of disdain in his eyes. These materials are used to create a Tao Lord's body. Even if a Tao Lord were to reconstruct his body, he wouldn't be a threat to us. Exuding a heroic aura, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "The 100 Refinement sect will suffer a crushing defeat at the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet in another month." Even a conjoint body mighty figure is useless, let alone an additional Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in 100 Refinement sect. Uncle Yu nodded as well. That's right. Although Lu Hanyan of 100 Refinement sect is quite accomplished in weapon refinement, she's still much weaker than Minghan. 100 Refinement sect is bound to lose this weapon refinement battle. The master of Hellfire Hall said proudly, "Of course my disciple won't lose." After a moment, the master of Hellfire Hall seemed to have thought of something and sighed. "Palace Lord, are you still thinking about the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra?" Uncle Yu asked. "That's right." The master of Hellfire Hall clenched his fists and said, "This is a sore spot for me. I must obtain this cultivation technique. Right now, there are only 4 people who know this cultivation technique." Uncle Yu said, "Tao Lord Scarlet Star is not easy to deal with. Even if we capture him, he'll probably be like his master and won't tell us even if he dies. How about we attack his 3 disciples instead?" "Yes." The master of Hellfire Hall said, "I've already sent out a group of void reversions to wait for an opportunity. We must capture Nangongling and the other 2 alive." However, the master of Hellfire Hall frowned and continued, "There's something strange about that Mo Ling. I have a feeling that something is going to happen because of him." Uncle Yu bowed slightly. "If you're worried, I'll make a trip personally." "Uncle Yu, you don't have much lifespan left. I don't think it's a good idea to trouble you with such a small matter." Although the master of Hellfire Hall rejected it verbally, his eyes flickered and he was clearly tempted. "No worries." Uncle Yu replied indifferently, "I don't have much time left. Rather than sit here and wait for death, I might as well make a trip for you and kill off all variables." Ha ha ha. The master of Hellfire Hall reared his head in laughter. "Good, good, good. Back in the day, you were also a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord whose name shook the entire Tianhuang mainland. Although your lifespan is almost up, your combat strength is still there. With you taking action, no matter if Mo Ling is a nascent soul or a void reversion, he will have to surrender obediently." Chapter 907, Wind Cloud Gathering. Chapter 907, Wind Cloud Gathering. 100 Refinement Sect. For the past 2 months, Su Zimo spent most of his time comprehending the Heaven-Slaying Sword art and immersed himself in it. On the surface, the Heaven-Slaying Sword art looked like an ordinary ancient book. If he had not known beforehand, Su Zimo would not have thought that the ancient book was related to the legendary 3 ancient sword arts. Furthermore, it was difficult to store the Heaven-Slaying Sword art in his storage bag. After thinking about it, Su Zimo decided to take it out and cultivate it openly. Even if someone were to bump into him, Su Zimo would not hide anything. He held the Heaven-Slaying Sword art in his hands and focused on his comprehension, ignoring everyone else. Therefore, in the eyes of many cultivators, although Su Zimo looked rough, he was like a bookworm in the mortal world. No one would have expected that Su Zimo, who carried an ancient book all day and never shied away, was cultivating an ancient and shocking sword art. Logically speaking, if it was truly a powerful cultivation technique or secret skill, anyone would look for a secret place to cultivate for fear of being seen by others. No one would be as fearless and open as Su Zimo. Although he held the Heaven-Slaying Sword art all day long, he was not worried that others would see its contents. That was because every time he comprehended the ancient book, Su Zimo would use his right eye that contained the illumination stone. If he were to look with his left eye, he he would only see a blinding light. His vision would turn white and he would not be able to see anything. Even so, Suzimo would still feel a piercing pain if he looked at it with his right eye for too long. At that moment, he would have to stop and take a break. He would leave his cave abode to take a walk and look into the distance to relax his eyes. During this period of time, Nan Gongling rarely came to his place. It was as though the former had a motivation to surpass him as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian visited frequently. Ru Xian was carefree and outgoing. She would explain everything that happened within and outside the sect during this period of time with great familiarity. Lu Hanyan had a calm personality and rarely spoke. She merely came to sit in at his place. Suzimo could sense the nervousness and worry in Lu Hanyan's heart. In a few days, it would be the 1,000 Crane Tea Banquet. At that time, there would be a fight between 100 Refinement Sect and Hellfire Palace for weapon refinement, and everyone would be watching. As the representative of 100 Refinement Sect, although she looked calm, the pressure in her heart was immense, and she tried her best to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Every time Lu Hanyan looked over, Suzimo would smile with a gentle gaze. At that moment, Suzimo would recite a Buddhist sutra internally meant for calming one's mind and heart, and his body would emit a peaceful aura, calming Lu Hanyan's mind. Actually, it was an invisible aura. Legend has it that the butcher who killed people like flies would lay down his butcher knife under the gaze of an eminent monk with profound Buddhist dharma. That was the reason why one could wash away the killing intent within their body after following an accomplished monk for a long time. Suzimo realized what was happening. Although he was Tao Lord Extreme Fire's disciple, he did not know much about forging dermic weapons and was far inferior to Lu Hanyan, who had been cultivating in 100 Refinement Sect since she was young. He could not help much with this matter. The only thing he could do was to help Lu Hanyan relax and adjust her mental state. This day, Suzimo was comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art in his cave abode when he heard the sound of someone knocking on the door. Immediately after, the door to his cave abode was pushed open. Even without looking, Suzimo could guess that it was definitely Ru Xian. "Little Uncle Master, I'm here to visit you again." Ru Xian's voice sounded before she even arrived. Slowly, Suzimo snapped out of his focus and looked up. Lu Hanyan was not the only one beside Ru Xian. Nan Gongling had actually arrived as well, although he looked a little reluctant. "Little Uncle Master, are you still reading?" Ru Xian asked casually. Suddenly, she leaned forward and looked at the ancient book in Suzimo's hands. "What's written here?" For the past few days, when Ru Xian saw that Suzimo was immersed in the book, she did not mind initially. However, she became even more curious later on. Now, she launched a surprise visit. She wanted to see what was written in the ancient book that could make Suzimo so immersed in it. In the end, Ru Xian was disappointed. The ancient book was blank, with seemingly nothing in it. Ru Xian frowned and was about to take a closer look when she felt a sudden sharp pain in her eyes. She exclaimed and took 2 steps back. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. This time round, Ru Xian was shocked. In that instant, she felt like her eyes were going to go blind if she continued staring at that ancient book. Ru Xian looked at Suzimo with a hint of fear. If that was her reaction with a single glance, she could not imagine how her little Uncle Master managed to survive poring over the book the entire day. "Is there anything?" Suzimo asked when he saw the 3 of them together. Ru Xian said hurriedly, "The wind cloud gathering has already begun. Let's go take a look. I've been suffocating in the sect for the past 2 months." A month before the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, there would be a large-scale gathering in Wind Cloud City, which was located in the middle of the 4 unorthodox groups. Apart from the 4 unorthodox groups, the super sects, aristocratic families, and even some itinerant cultivators of the Middle Continent would gather here. The gathering would last for a month until the 1,000 Crane Tea Party began. At this gathering, there would be many treasures, elixirs, ancient books, secret skills, remnant beasts, and divine weapons. There was everything in the cultivation world. Cultivators who participated in the 1,000 Crane Tea Party would usually come to Wind Cloud City to see if they could buy what they needed. Or perhaps, if they could unearth some rare treasures. Simply put, they were there to pick up the spoils. For the past few years, there would always be some treasures that would be discovered at the Wind Cloud gathering that envied others. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. If it was any other time, it would not have been a big deal for him to visit this Wind Cloud gathering. However, right now, a storm was brewing and countless eyes were staring at 100 Refinement Sect. It wasn't wise for Lu Hanyan and the other two to choose to leave the sect at this time. Forget it. Su Zimo shook his head. I remember that Tao Lord Scarlet Star told you guys to stay in the sect during this period of time and not wander around. We've stayed inside for 2 months, and the pent-up frustration is killing me. Ru Xian pouted and looked aggrieved. Nan Gongling raised his brows. Junior sister, don't worry. With me by your side, I won't let anything happen to you. There are some people in our sect that, although our senior, they are timid. Let's go ourselves. Nan Gongling was clearly referring to Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and did not hold it against him. Nan Gongling loved Lu Hanyan. Yet Lu Hanyan had been extremely close to Su Zimo during this period of time, and Nan Gongling clearly viewed him as an opponent. It was only natural for Nan Gongling to want to compete with him in every aspect. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "If you guys want to join the gathering, the 3 of you won't be enough. You'll have to get a few seniors from the sect to accompany you. It's best if you have Dharma characteristic experts." How is that possible? Ru Xian rolled her eyes. I don't know what happened to the sect during this period of time. The experts of the sect are so busy that none of them will have the time to accompany us to the gathering. Chapter 908, Jian Wuzong. Chapter 908, Jian Wuzong. No. Su Zimo shook his head and said resolutely, "It's too risky for the 3 of you to leave at such a sensitive time without the seniors of the sect accompanying you." He was younger than Nan Gongling and the other 2. However, he surpassed them in terms of seniority. He could not watch Nan Gongling and the other 2 take the risk. Furthermore, for the past 2 months, every time he looked at the heaven-slaying sword art for a long time and left his cave abode for a breather, he would feel like he was being watched. If that person was a disciple of 100 Refinement Sect, it would be fine if he was merely curious. If it was a spy from Hellfire Hall or other sects planted into 100 Refinement Sect, their every move would be exposed. In other words, there was a high chance that they would be targeted the moment they left the sect. "Little Uncle Master, it's fine." Ru Xian said coquettishly, "Wind Cloud City is in the middle of the 4 unorthodox groups and isn't too far away from our 100 Refinement Sect. What danger could there be?" Su Zimo was about to shake his head in rejection when he caught sight of Lu Hanyan, who was standing beside him. Although this quiet woman did not speak, she looked at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Su Zimo's heart softened. Lu Hanyan had been under too much pressure recently. This trip might be able to ease her nervousness. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. Nan Gongling looked at Su Zimo and harumphed. "Who said that the seniors of the sect are so busy? Our little Uncle Master is so free." Rising, Su Zimo said indifferently, "All right, I'll accompany you guys for a walk." This time round, it was Nan Gongling's turn to be surprised. Initially, he was merely making a casual remark to goad Su Zimo, to think that the latter would agree to it in an unusual break of character. Nan Gongling felt regret and grumbled. "All right." Ru Xian clapped and beamed. Even Lu Hanyan heaved a sigh of relief. The conflicted look on her face seemed to have faded a lot as her eyes shone brightly. She bowed toward Suzimo and said gently, "Thank you, Uncle Master. There's no problem with me accompanying you guys to the gathering, but I have to remind you." Suzimo's expression was stern as he said in a deep voice, "The three of you may have fun, but you have to stay within 30 feet around me. Can you do that?" "Aye, yes, yes." Ru Xian urged and pulled on Suzimo's sleeves, walking outside while muttering, "Little Uncle Master, you sure are naggy." Nan Gongling pursed his lips and muttered softly, "So what if I'm within 30 feet of you? Does that make me immortal?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nan Gongling felt his neck tighten as he was lifted into the air by his neck. "W-hoo!" Nan Gongling's expression was flustered and his face was flushed red. His legs kicked wildly in midair, and he felt as though all his strength had vanished without a trace. Right then, a rough face appeared before him. Suzimo grabbed Nan Gongling with one hand and said with a fake smile, "I can't guarantee that I can turn you immortal, but at least I can protect your life. Why you let go of me?" Nan Gongling tried his best to channel his dermic powers and blood chi. However, for some reason, he could not muster any strength under Suzimo's grip and could only let the latter carry him. Ha ha ha. Naturally, Ru Xian was fearless and burst into laughter. Nan Gongling felt even more humiliated and nearly fainted on the spot. All of a sudden, he felt his body relax and he fell, regaining his freedom. Nan Gongling was enraged and was about to argue with Suzimo when he realized that the three of them had already left the cave abode and were heading outside. Nan Gongling chased after him indignantly and remained silent. After all, Suzimo was his little Uncle Master. He could not possibly fight Suzimo in public. If his master were to find out about this, he would probably be kicked out of the sect. Arriving outside the sect, Ru Xian slapped her storage bag and summoned a spirit vessel that expanded rapidly with tea and spirit fruits. Everything they required could be found within it. "Little Uncle Master, let's go." With that said, Ru Xian jumped up first with Suzimo and the others following closely behind. Now that he had the spirit vessel to travel, Suzimo was bored with the free time and took out the heaven-slaying sword art to continue cultivating. During this period of time, his entire focus was on the heaven-slaying sword art. Whenever he was tired, he would rest for a while before continuing to comprehend. Suzimo had a feeling that he was about to crack the surface of the sword art. The spirit vessel sped for half a day before slowing down. Looking ahead, the outline of a gigantic city gradually became clearer on the horizon. Wind Cloud City. Its name implied that it was a place where heroes gathered. Before they arrived at Wind Cloud City, there were already many cultivators in the vicinity. Some people flew on swords. Some people rode on the winds. Some cultivators rode on auspicious clouds, while some perfected lords rode on red-headed immortal cranes. Putting away the spirit vessel, Suzimo's group of 4 descended in Wind Cloud City. The city was huge and bustling. Cultivators from various major sects and factions could be seen everywhere. On both sides of the road were countless stalls. Divine weapons could be seen everywhere. Ancient manuals and secret skills were everywhere. There were all sorts of elixirs and talismans that were dazzling. Some of the cultivators were even more straightforward and did not care about their immortal demeanor as they shouted at the top of their lungs to sell their items. It was rare to witness such a lively scene, and it was clear that Lu Hanyan's mood improved tremendously. It was as though the pressure from the weapon refinement competition was gone. Ru Xian bounced around every stall and fiddled with the items curiously. However, she did not buy it, and many people rolled their eyes. Nan Gongling followed closely behind Lu Hanyan and paid attention to the gaze of his crush, ready to help her by the treasures she wanted at any moment. Suzimo was still the same as before, holding the heaven-slaying sword art in his hands, and followed behind the 3 of them lazily. He was indeed comprehending the heaven-slaying sword art. However, At the same time, the scarlet-haired Ian's spirit hid in a corner of his consciousness and did not let down its guard, paying attention to its surroundings. Look over there. The paragon of soaring feather sect, Wu Tianyu, has appeared. Wu Tianyu, rank 11 of the phenomenon ranking this time round. To think that he would arrive so early. Let's go take a look. I haven't seen what a rank 11 cultivator on the phenomenon ranking looks like. Many cultivators discussed and surged in that direction. The cultivators on the phenomenon ranking were the center of attention no matter where they went. Fellow Taoist, may I ask if you're the 83rd on the phenomenon ranking, Nangongling? Right then, a cultivator appeared and asked Nangongling with cupped fists. Nangongling did not say anything and merely stood with his hands behind his back, nodding with a proud expression. The cultivator had a delighted expression and said hurriedly, "It's truly fellow Taoist Nangong. I've been admiring your reputation for a long time. It's truly a blessing to be able to meet you here." Right then, another commotion broke out from the crowd behind him. "Look, it's Jian Wuzong." "Ah, it's him." The cultivator who was initially standing in front of Nangongling was even more agitated. As though he could no longer see Nangongling, he followed the crowd and headed straight for Jian Wuzong. Even Nangongling revealed a hint of fear and whispered, "Jian Wuzong, 3rd on the phenomenon ranking." Chapter 909, Lava Crystal. Chapter 909, Lava Crystal. Nangongling seemed to be from an extraordinary background and was filled with pride from the depths of his bones. Furthermore, he could be considered as a paragon and was prideful by nature. Su Zimo rarely saw him reveal such an expression. Su Zimo smiled gently. "Seems like you truly admire this Jian Wuzong." "Humph." Nangongling harumphed when he heard that. Jian Wuzong, 3rd on the phenomenon ranking, comprehended the strongest phenomenon of sword Tao, all swords united. All swords must submit to this phenomenon. When he heard that, Su Zimo was slightly stunned as he recalled an old friend. His old friend had also comprehended the golden core phenomenon, all swords united, during the phenomenon ranking competition 100 years ago and defeated the paragon of sword sect at that time, Hang Chiyu, shocking the world. Dugu Jian. Although Su Zimo said that it was an old friend, he was not familiar with this person. Or rather, it was as though no one in this world was familiar with him. This person exuded a loneliness that was isolated from the world. It was as though he only had the supreme sword Tao in his heart. His eyes were empty and blank. Only when he drew his sword would his eyes shine with an unparalleled brilliance. Su Zimo had a good impression of this person. It was not only because Dugu Jian had helped him before. More than that, back in Myriad Phenomenon City, even nascent souls had to avoid the slaughter of the Rakshasa and God race. Yet Dugu Jian stood out. He feared nothing. That was the true spirit of Sword Tao. He would rather break than bend and press forward. Dugu Jian was the first sword cultivator that Su Zimo had encountered who was true to the Sword Tao. Naturally, Nangongling did not know what Su Zimo was thinking at that moment. He merely thought that Su Zimo did not understand the terror of all swords united. Nangongling continued, "If you don't understand, let me put it more simply. In the face of Jian Wuzong, the combat strength of all sword cultivators will be reduced. The might of all the sword techniques that attack Jian Wuzong will decrease. All swords will bow down. Jian Wuzong is the king of the Tao of the sword." "Oh." Su Zimo was not interested in Jian Wuzong and replied in a patronizing manner. Nangongling was naturally angry when he saw Su Zimo's casual attitude. He pouted. Some people naturally can't understand the shock of the fight for the phenomenon ranking and the resplendent scene of paragons clashing since they had never witnessed it personally. "Senior brother Nangong, that's enough." Ru Xian could not take it anymore and frowned slightly. "Little Uncle Master, don't lower yourself to his level." Senior brother Nangong has no ill intentions. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and continued to comprehend the sword art with the ancient book in his hands. At the side, Lu Hanyan came to a stall and stood there for a long time, as though she had discovered something. The owner of the stall was also a nascent soul cultivator, but he did not seem to have much lifespan left. There were many random items in the stall, and everything was messy. With a casual glance, Su Zimo saw that there was nothing of value in the stall. His gaze shifted to a black stone, and his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he had just finished reading the heaven-slaying sword art, and the illumination stone appeared in his right eye. Turning it completely white, it allowed him to see unusual things. Although the black stone looked like a lava or on the surface, there was an egg-sized scarlet crystal within. Lava crystal. It was a top-grade treasure. In the depths of the lava cave, flames burned endlessly. These crystals could only take form after 10,000 years of nurturing, and the power of heaven and earth they possessed was rich and pure. Most importantly, the lava crystal possessed immense fire element dermic powers and was one of the materials required for Tao, Lord Extreme Fire, to reconstruct his body. To think that they would actually bump into a treasure on this trip. Fellow Taoist, how much is this flying sword? Lu Hanyan squatted down and pointed to a flying sword with 2 dermic patterns on the stall, asking softly, "What's so good about this flying sword?" It's a middle-grade, perfected Lord dermic weapon, and the defective products that we failed in weapon refinement are all of this grade. Nangong Ling frowned and murmured. The stall owner was expressionless and coughed a few times before saying slowly, "I only want elixirs that can increase my lifespan. I don't want anything else." "Ha!" Nangong Ling sneered when he heard that and could not help but mock. Fellow Taoist, elixirs that can increase one's lifespan in the cultivation world are extremely precious and rare. You can't even exchange for a single elixir with all these rubbish. Give up. Normally speaking, the items in the stall were indeed worthless, apart from the lava crystal. However, Lu Hanyan did not leave. She continued to pick and choose, seemingly casually passing the black stone over as well before saying, "I'll use a spirit longevity pill to exchange for all of these." Ah! Ru Xian could not help but tug at Lu Hanyan's sleeves and send a voice transmission. "Senior sister, this will be a loss." Although the spirit longevity pill could only extend one's lifespan by 50 years, it was already quite rare. Su Zimo stood silently without saying anything. Lu Hanyan seemed to have noticed that the black stone was extraordinary as well and decided to buy it. The stall owner froze for a moment and stared at Lu Hanyan hesitantly. To be able to cultivate to this realm with their lifespans almost depleted. All of them were sharp and experienced. At that moment, he could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a treasure in his stall. However, when Lu Hanyan took out the spirit longevity pill, his body shuddered from the vibrant life force exuded by it. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. "I'll trade." With that, he snatched the spirit longevity pill and pushed the items in front of Lu Hanyan. Su Zimo was relieved when he saw that. As long as the seller accepted the spirit longevity pill, he could not go back on his words. This was a tacit agreement in the cultivation world. Hold on. Right then, an eagle-eyed cultivator with a cold expression squeezed in and grabbed the stall owner's wrist. "I'll give you 2 spirit longevity pills for this stone." The eagle-eyed cultivator was pointing at the black stone that contained the lava crystal. The stall owner was troubled. Under normal circumstances, the transaction was already complete since he accepted Lu Hanyan's spirit longevity pill. However, he did not expect someone to bid for 2 spirit longevity pills. At that moment, Nangong Ling snapped out of his stupor as well. He strode forward and stood before the eagle-eyed cultivator, asking coldly, "Why? You're trying to go against the rules?" Lu Hanyan put the black stone into her storage bag hurriedly. The eagle-eyed cultivator narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Kid, you're only at early stage nascent soul realm. You'd better restrain yourself or you'll die prematurely." The eagle-eyed cultivator was only confident because he was a perfected, nascent soul. "Ha!" Nan Gongling was so angry that he laughed instead. He released his aura and said loudly, "All right, I'll see what you've got today." They're fighting. They're fighting. There's no doubt about a fight between an early stage and a perfected nascent soul. Nan Gongling, he's ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking. It's hard to say who will win. Furthermore, he's backed by one of the 4 unorthodox groups, 100 Refinement Sect. Many cultivators gathered over. Listening to the discussions around him, the eagle-eyed cultivator glanced at the sect emblem on Nan Gongling's robes with a wary expression. After a moment of silence, the eagle-eyed cultivator did not dare to attack in the end. Gritting his teeth, he turned and left, looking at Nan Gongling with resentment before disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 910 Robbery. Chapter 910 Robbery. Wind Cloud City, Immortal Welcoming Restaurant. Sue Zimo's group of 4 arrived at the place and sat by a random table on the 3rd floor by the window. There were many delicacies made from the flesh of remnant beasts and immortal fruits on the table. The fragrance was overwhelming. Ru Xian ate with relish. Earlier on, Nan Gongling had scared the other party off by revealing his name in front of everyone. Right now, he was in a great mood with that flash of authority. Lu Hanyan leaned against the window and gazed at the bustling city. She smiled and felt much more relaxed. Sue Zimo was still holding onto the heaven-slaying sword art and comprehending it as though nobody was around. "Senior sister, what's that black stone?" Ru Xian stuffed something in her mouth and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "I'm not sure either. I just have a feeling that the stone is extraordinary." Lu Hanyan said, "When we return to the sect, I'll let Master identify it." Right then, a commotion broke out downstairs, growing louder. "Have you heard? 100 Refinement Sect cultivator found a treasure." "What?" "I think it's a lava crystal. There was nearly a fight earlier on." "Ah, that's a top-grade spirit material that even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords would wish for." When they heard the discussions, Nan Gongling and the other 2 exchanged glances with grim expressions. Their eyes were filled with mixed emotions. They were delighted because Lu Hanyan had indeed found a treasure. They were worried that the news had already spread. Furthermore, at this rate, the entire Wind Cloud City would know about it before long. Nan Gongling grit his teeth and said hatefully, "It must be that person who was upset that he did not obtain the treasure and leaked the news. Humans are truly sinister." Ru Xian said angrily. Sue Zimo was not surprised. From the way the eagle-eyed cultivator left, he could guess that things were not over yet. Sue Zimo glanced at the horizon. "It's getting late. We've been circling Wind Cloud City for a long time. It's time to head back." This time round, Nan Gongling and the other 2 had no objections. The 3 of them knew that once news of the lava crystal spread, they would be the center of attention and countless eyes would be watching. The longer they stayed outside, the more dangerous it would be. At that moment, Nan Gongling and the other 2 could vaguely sense that there were more than 10 powerful auras approaching the immortal, welcoming restaurant. Many cultivators in the restaurant looked over with sparkling eyes. All of a sudden, heavy footsteps sounded from downstairs. The footsteps were extremely strange, and every single step seemed to be able to affect everyone's hearts, causing them to skip a beat as well. Unknowingly, the tempo of everyone's heartbeats changed along with the change in pace of the footsteps. Gradually, it matched the footsteps. After what seemed like a long time, a tall and mighty figure appeared at the top of the stairs. His long hair fluttered, and his gaze was deep, as though it contained the vast starry skies. The footsteps stopped abruptly. It did not ring for a long time. It was only at this moment that everyone present felt that something was amiss. After the footsteps stopped, their heartbeats stopped as well. Some of the cultivators' expressions turned increasingly terrible. Their hearts stopped beating and their bloodlines stopped circulating. Some of the cultivators were extremely pale and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Thud! Thud! Some cultivators could not take it and fell to the side. Some cultivators struggled to break free from the suffocating feeling and panted heavily, looking at the intruder in horror. The expressions of Nangongling and the other two turned extremely terrible as well. His footsteps alone could control the heartbeat of others. The person had just appeared and shocked everyone without saying anything. On the third floor, the only one who looked calm was Su Zimo, who was reading. However, in this massive restaurant, Su Zimo was truly inconspicuous, and not many people noticed him. Sensing the pain of Nangongling and the other two, Su Zimo flicked his finger without raising his head. A clear and melodious sword hum burst forth from his fingertip. It was so soft that only Nangongling and the other two could hear it. However, it was this sword hum that made Nangongling and the other two's heartbeats return to normal. Their auras were stable and their bloodlines flowed again. Ru Xian whispered, "Heavenly Dipper Sex Chengpeng, phenomenon, ranking 15. This is getting tricky. I hope they're not after us." Nangongling sent a voice transmission. He could use the status of 100 Refinement Sect and his reputation as the 83rd of the phenomenon ranking to force back the eagle-eyed cultivator. As for Chengpeng, be it the sect behind him or his position in the phenomenon ranking, he was superior to Nangongling. While Nangongling was praying, Chengpeng turned his head slightly and his gaze landed on the four of them. He walked over slowly with an expressionless face. Nangongling frowned. Ru Xian looked at Su Zimo and Nangongling, asking repeatedly through voice transmission, "What should we do? What should we do?" In the blink of an eye, Chengpeng had already arrived before Nangongling's group. His tall figure almost formed a shadow that shrouded everyone, causing Nangongling and the other two to feel a sense of pressure. Helpless, Nangongling could only grit his teeth and stand up, cupping his fists. "I'm Nangongling of 100 Refinement Sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Chengpeng. Those three are also cultivators of 100 Refinement Sect." Nangongling gave a brief introduction with a smile. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian stood up and cupped their fists towards Chengpeng, nodding. Su Zimo was the only one who sat on the spot motionlessly, looking at the ancient book in his hands as though he was completely immersed in it. Chengpeng swept his gaze and did not take it to heart when he saw that Su Zimo was also a nascent soul cultivator and looked unfamiliar. "I heard that you bought a lava crystal." Chengpeng said bluntly, "I need this lava crystal. What do you want in exchange?" "This." Nangongling frowned. Chengpeng's words were extremely domineering without any room for negotiation. Nangongling smiled embarrassedly. "Fellow Taoist, we were the ones who bought this lava crystal first. It's of great use to us. I'll say it again." Chengpeng's gaze was cold as he interrupted Nangongling. "I want this lava crystal. Do you want to trade or not?" Nangongling's expression was terrible. From the looks of it, Chengpeng was bent on obtaining the lava crystal. However, if they were to fight, he was definitely not a match for that person. Even if the three of them worked together, it wouldn't work. He was ranked 83 on the phenomenon ranking, while Chengpeng was ranked 15. The difference in their combat strength was way too great. Nangongling looked at Lu Hanyan and took a deep breath. Clenching his fists, he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, Heavenly Dipper Sect is one of the 9 major immortal sections. Our 100 Refinement Sect is also one of the 4 unorthodox groups. All of us belong to the righteous Tao. Are you thinking of taking it by force?" "Fufufu." Chung Peng laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. For unorthodox groups? In another month, your 100 refinement sect will be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. Do you think I'll have any reservations? Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Peng's gaze intensified and he reached out with his palm. Stars filled the skies and enveloped Nan Gongling's group of 4 with a terrifying might. Pissed. Nan Gongling and the other 2 were shocked. They had not expected Chung Peng to be so domineering and brazen as to rob them openly in Wind Cloud City. Furthermore, the 3 of them felt as though their dermic powers were restricted by the stars and could not be channeled at all. Chapter 9:11 First Reveal. Chapter 9:11 First Reveal. It was suffocating. The intense feeling of suffocation caused the expressions of Nan Gongling and the other 2 to change. Although they were both on the phenomenon ranking, the difference in combat strength between Nan Gongling and Chung Peng was immense. Under the suppression of the stars, Nan Gongling channeled his spirit consciousness continuously and channeled his blood, qi, and dermic powers. The veins on his neck were already popping out, but he could not retaliate. The table and chair beneath him had already been reduced to dust. If Nan Gongling was already in such a state, Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian were even worse off. The bodies of the 2 women trembled slightly, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard from their bodies. It was as though their bones were about to fall apart. Ah! Sensing all of this, Nan Gongling reared his head and howled into the skies. He was on the brink of insanity as his eyes turned bloodshot. His glabella shone as he conjured hand seals with both hands. The Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra was circulating continuously. Finally, 2 scarlet flames appeared on Nan Gongling's hands, flickering. Fu! Chung Peng's gaze was deep like the vast starry skies as he sneered. How dare you fight against the bright moon with the light of a firefly? The futile struggles of a cornered beast. Destroy! His aura surged, and the stars conjured by his palm became even more corporeal, thicker and more domineering, as though he wanted to crush Nan Gongling and the other 2 into minced meat. Splash! Splash! The flames on Nan Gongling's hands were extinguished instantly by the suppression of the stars the moment they rose. Nan Gongling's eyes dimmed. He had not expected the difference between the 2 of them to be so great in a real fight. More than that, he did not expect that the Heavenly Dipper sect cultivators would dare to attack them and steal their treasures in front of everyone in Wind Cloud City. If Chung Peng's attitude towards 100 Refinement sect was merely a small reflection of the situation, in that case the danger of 100 Refinement sect might be even greater than they had imagined. In that case, it was truly irrational for them to leave the sect. There were probably countless pairs of eyes that were watching them from the surroundings of the immortal, welcoming restaurant. Chung Peng was just first to make a move. He recalled his master, Tao Lord Scarlet Star, repeatedly reminding them not to leave the sect before the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Sigh. Nan Gongling sighed, and the face of the green-robed man flashed through his mind. If only we listened to Little Uncle Master. If I didn't try to spite Little Uncle Master, I wouldn't have implicated Hanyan into danger. I really deserve to die. Nan Gongling's eyes dimmed, and he felt a sense of regret. Right then he heard a voice. It was neither loud nor soft, and was calm with a hint of mockery. How dare you claim to be the moon with your capabilities? It was Little Uncle Master. Nan Gongling was shocked. Little Uncle Master can still speak under that pressure. He glanced over instinctively. Initially, Su Zimo was reading with his head lowered. However, at that moment, he raised his head slowly with a calm gaze. He closed 2 fingers together to form a sword and swiped it gently in Chung Peng's direction. That action seemed so elegant and casual. However, the effect was earth-shattering. Xing! A streak of sword qi burst forth with a blinding white light. Under Nangongling's gaze, the stars that were initially suppressing them were sliced into two by the sword chi. It was an extremely shocking sight. The gigantic river of stars was sliced into two by a white sword chi and froze instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The stars in the skies fell, and the dermic art was destroyed by a single sword chi, turning into nothingness. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. A single killing intent was enough to throw even true stars into chaos. With that burst of sword chi, it was a piece of cake for him to destroy Changpeng's constellation dermic art. Changpeng's pupils constricted. Nangongling and the others were not directly involved and could not sense the power of the sword chi. However, he could sense it even more clearly when he faced it directly. The killing intent released by the sword chi caused his scalp to tingle and his limbs to turn cold as his mind shuddered. How could there be such a terrifying sword chi in the world? This was practically destroying all life. The true terror was yet to come. After slicing the galaxy into two, the sword chi did not dissipate but continued slashing down towards Chengpeng. Pissed, Chengpeng gasped and his expression changed. He had a hallucination that no dermic art, technique, or weapon could defend against the sword chi. That sword chi was the most lethal. Chengpeng was ranked 15 on the phenomenon ranking after all. The moment the stars dispersed, he reacted and slapped his storage bag. Boom! A gigantic shield stood before him. The shield was etched with the vast firmaments, stars, sun, and moon. After injecting dermic powers, 5 bedazzling patterns lit up. It was a perfect-grade, defensive, perfected Lord dermic weapon. In the cultivation world, offensive dermic weapons were more common, and defensive dermic weapons were rare, let alone perfect-grade ones. From this, one could see Chengpeng's status among the Heavenly Dipper sect disciples. The moment the shield was summoned, the sword chi descended. Clang! The sword chi collided with the shield with a metallic sound. The sword chi vanished as though it was blocked by the perfect grade shield dermic weapon. That was everyone's first reaction. However, everyone's eyes narrowed and their expressions changed immediately after. The light on Chengpeng's shield dimmed rapidly, and its aura dissipated. It was as though the dermic weapon had suffered a devastating blow and was crippled. All of a sudden, a change happened. Chengpeng, who was initially hiding behind the shield, suddenly shrieked and staggered back repeatedly. Blood gushed out, and a severed arm was raised high. Boom! Immediately after, the shield fell to the ground and split into two. The cut was neat, as though it was cut into two diagonally by some divine weapon. Everyone gradually came to their senses as they looked at Chengpeng, who was lying on the ground with a pale expression. The sword chi released by the green-robed man sliced the perfect-grade, perfected Lord dermic weapon into two. Before the sword chi dissipated, Chengpeng's arm was severed as well. Although Chengpeng did not die and was lucky enough to survive, everyone could tell. Not only did that slash sever Chengpeng's arm, it even shattered his Dao foundation. The sword chi surged into Chengpeng's body through the wound and cut his meridians into pieces. Chengpeng was crippled. The crowd was shocked. A paragon of phenomenon, ranking 15, was crippled with a single move. The way everyone looked at Su Zimo changed gradually. Even Nangongling and the other two were dumbfounded and could not recover for a moment. Although they had seen Su Zimo attack before, the feeling he gave them back then was far less shocking than this. He was a rank 15 paragon of the phenomenon ranking. He was crippled by Little Uncle Master with such a casual sword chi. Even Su Zimo, the one who attacked, was shocked, let alone the others. He was prepared to establish his might in front of everyone and intimidate some cultivators who were hiding in the dark with this attack to begin with. However, He truly did not expect the heaven-slaying sword art to possess such might. Moreover, what he had comprehended was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was merely the tip of the iceberg of the sword art that crippled a paragon. Chapter 912, Assassination. Chapter 912, Assassination. After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Thud, thud, thud. A few Heavenly Dipper sect disciples who were initially following behind Changpeng ran over hurriedly and helped him up. All of them glared at Su Zimo, but none of them dared to step forward with fearful expressions. If even Changpeng was reduced to such a state by the sword qi, which of them could defend against it? Hurry, let's go! There was no color on Changpeng's face as he panted heavily. Return to the sect and report this matter. The Heavenly Dipper sect disciples did not hesitate and supported Changpeng as they left the immortal welcoming restaurant. They summoned a cloud and sped into the distance. Who is that? Judging from his robes, he doesn't seem to be a 100 refinement sect cultivator. It must be a cultivator from Sword Sect. That's right. The only person who can cultivate such a terrifying sword qi is probably the successor of the Sword Sect. However, he looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Could he be a paragon that has risen recently? The cultivators discussed and pointed. Nangongling could clearly sense that some of the powerful auras that were initially approaching had stopped in their tracks, as though they were stunned by the scene earlier on. Go, let's leave this place. Putting away the heaven-slaying sword art into his robes, Su Zimo leaped into the air and arrived at the long street instantly. Nangongling and the other two followed hurriedly. Many cultivators who were watching from beneath the restaurant dispersed and looked at Su Zimo with curious, respectful, and hostile gazes. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he strode forward. Nangongling and the other two only regained their senses after they had walked far away. Ru Xian ran a few steps forward excitedly. Little Uncle Master, that sword strike of yours was way too cool. What is it called? Can you impart it to me? Even Nangongling could not hold back his curiosity and asked with a voice transmission, Little Uncle Master, have you cultivated in the Sword Sect before? Su Zimo did not reply and merely strode forward in haste. This time round, Nangongling was not angry. After that incident, he viewed Su Zimo with more respect. Not everyone could cripple a paragon on the phenomenon ranking with a single sword qi. Little Uncle Master, don't walk so quickly. Ru Xian was excited and there was no fear in her eyes. She skipped along behind Su Zimo and sent a voice transmission. Little Uncle Master, what do we have to fear if you know such a sword technique? In this wind cloud city, we can do whatever we want. Humph. Little Uncle Master, don't worry. We're cultivators of 100 refinement sect, after all. Void reversions will definitely not attack and bully us with their higher cultivation realms. If a nascent soul doesn't know what's good for them and wants to snatch the lava crystal, move your fingers and send a sword qi over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and she even gestured with her hands. Suddenly, Su Zimo said, that sword qi consumes a lot of mental energy. I can only release it once in a short period of time. Su Zimo was not bluffing. The heaven-slaying sword art was one of the 3 great ancient sword arts. Even though Su Zimo had only comprehended the basics, it was already an overload for him to release that sword qi with his nascent soul realm cultivation. If not for the fact that his essence spirit was far superior to his peers, he would have been injured by the sword qi before he could release it. When she heard Su Zimo's reply, Ru Xian wilted and did not dare to speak any more. Of course, Su Zimo was not worried about those who were after the lava crystal. Instead, he was worried about some existences hidden in the darkness. Su Zimo had a feeling that they were targeted by an even more terrifying enemy. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. Whoa, Are you trying to escape after obtaining a great treasure? Fufu, I heard that you guys obtained a lava crystal. Unfortunately, I need that stone as well. Suddenly, an eccentric voice sounded from the crowd. Who's hiding? Nan Gongling's gaze was bright as he hollered and surveyed his surroundings. The crowd retreated. However, Nan Gongling could not find the person that provoked them. It seemed as though it could be anybody. Fufu, as expected of the 83rd on the phenomenon ranking. How impressive. What's the use of showing off? He's just a piece of trash who needs protection. Hey, that green-robed sword cultivator, what's your relationship with those 300 refinement sect cultivators? Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't get involved with them. 100 Refinement Sect is about to be removed from the 4 unorthodox groups. I reckon that it won't be long before it's destroyed as well. Hee hee hee. The mocking voice sounded once more, and it was still changing directions continuously. There was no way to determine the person's location. Nan Gongling and the other two were enraged when they heard that, but they could only worry. Initially, Su Zimo was on his way when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a flash, he leaped into the crowd beside him. Get the hell out. Su Zimo's gaze was electric as he extended his palm and spread his fingers, grabbing towards a cultivator in the middle of the crowd as though he wanted to blot out the sun. That person had an ordinary physique and appearance. There was nothing special about him. He was an existence that could be forgotten with a single glance. However, this ordinary cultivator had a cold glint in his eyes when he saw Su Zimo's attack. He let out a strange laugh. Fellow Taoist, you're quite skillful to be able to discover my tracks. That person did not fight Su Zimo head-on at all. He turned around and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, it's too late, that person said meaningfully. At the same time, an inconspicuous figure was rapidly approaching Nan Gongling and the other two on the other side of the crowd. The cultivator was expressionless, and his eyes were calm. There was no killing intent at all. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo's bones rumbled and his outstretched arm expanded by 3 feet. Instantly, it descended on the head of the escaping cultivator and grabbed him viciously. Against Su Zimo's palm, that person's head was crushed like a piece of tofu, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. When Nan Gongling and the other two saw that, they suddenly felt an unprecedented killing intent, and their hearts shuddered. The next moment, the 3 of them caught sight of a sword beam. It was too fast. Unknowingly, an unassuming cultivator had appeared beside them. Out of nowhere, that person took out a slender, soft sword and attacked. Without a doubt, this was an assassination attempt that could send despair down one's soul. This person's combat strength might not be able to match Nan Gongling. However, after that attack, Nan Gongling could only wait for death and watch helplessly as the sword brushed past his throat. He seemed to be able to see his throat being slit and spewing blood onto the long street. Hidden Death Sect, one of the 7 fiend sects. To be able to execute an assassination to such an extent without any loopholes and even shock one into such despair. This was something only achievable by Hidden Death Sect cultivators. It had to be said that the assassination was meticulously planned. First, someone lured Su Zimo away. Another person sneaked over and launched a fatal attack to kill and steal the treasure. The entire process was almost flawless. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated a person. Just as the sword beam was about to slice Nan Gongling's throat, it suddenly dissipated. The sword was exposed. It was only inches away from Nan Gongling's throat, and the sharpness of the sword even severed the hairs on his neck. At that moment, the sword froze in midair motionlessly. One end was clutched in the hands of the Hidden Death Sect cultivator. The other end was gripped by 2 slender fingers and did not budge at all. Chapter 9:13, you're worthy? Chapter 9:13, you're worthy. The hidden death sect cultivator was stunned. In front of him stood a man in green robes, expressionless with a sharp gaze. The latter was glaring at him with a cold, killing intent. The sword in his hand was caught between two fingers of the green-robed man and could not move at all. Little Uncle Master, Nan Gong Ling, almost shrieked after that close brush with death. Su Zimo was decisive in killing. After killing one of the hidden death sect cultivators, he turned back swiftly and blocked the killing blow of another assassin. It was too fast. They were on completely different levels. Not many people could see Su Zimo's movement technique clearly. Everyone felt their vision blur, and thereafter, Su Zimo had already returned and gripped the hidden death sect cultivator's sword between two fingers. Hidden death sect specialized in concealment and assassination. Hidden death sect cultivators were particular about killing in a single strike. If they missed their attacks, they would flee 1,000 miles away. They were not good at fighting head-on. However, Su Zimo's current body was comparable to perfect-grade, perfected Lord Dermic weapons. His physical strength was not something that any hidden death sect cultivator could match. Even the fiend heir of hidden death sect would be killed on the spot, let alone an ordinary cultivator of hidden death sect. Su Zimo had already decided to establish his dominance, and naturally would not hold back. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he channeled strength into his fingers. Clang! The cold sword was snapped by two fingers, and the tip of the sword flew backwards, entering the glabella of the hidden death sect cultivator. With a flash of blood, the essence spirit of hidden death sect cultivator was also shattered by the sword fragment and died on the spot. Instantly, two nascent souls died on the streets. The way many cultivators looked at Su Zimo changed gradually. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo gave off a shuddering aura. It was the stench of blood. The blood stench that was accumulated after killing countless paragons and stepping on the corpses of countless monster incarnates. Initially, Su Zimo did not want to attract attention, and his aura was restrained. But now he had to break through all obstacles with lightning speed and leave the city as soon as possible to bring Nan Gong Ling and the other two back to the sect. Su Zimo swept his gaze, and those who harbored evil intentions retreated, not daring to meet his gaze. This was pressure. It was a pressure that came from the number one of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo strode forward in huge steps. The crowd dispersed and cleared a path. Nan Gong Ling and the other two followed hurriedly. Along the way, many people were indeed shocked because Chung Peng was crippled and two nascent souls of hidden death sect were killed. Some cultivators who wanted to snatch the lava crystal had to consider whether they could compare to Chung Peng. Not far away, many cultivators were clustered around a nascent soul. He was elegant and handsome, looking over with a smile. It was soaring feather sex Wu Tianyu, who was ranked 11 on the phenomenon ranking. Senior brother, should we attack? A soaring feather sect cultivator asked softly. Wu Tianyu glanced sideways at that person and asked, "Can you stop that green-robed cultivator?" "I can't. Senior brother, you can definitely do it," the cultivator murmured. Wu Tianyu shook his head and said indifferently, "This person is unfathomable, and I'm not confident either. The Middle Continent is truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Chung Peng's defeat is not unjustified." The moment he said that, Wu Tianyu's gaze shifted as he looked at the group of cultivators at the city gate. The corners of his lips curled as he murmured softly, "Interesting." Under the gazes of many cultivators, Su Zimo's group traveled and arrived at the city gate before long. There were more than 10 cultivators standing in front. Every single cultivator had a cold expression and stood in front of the long street with swords on their backs. It was clear that they had no intention of giving way. When Nan Gongling saw the leader, his expression changed, and he exclaimed softly, "Jian Wuzong!" Sword Sect's Jian Wuzong, third on the phenomenon ranking. Ru Xian stuck out her tongue and sent a voice transmission secretly. "Oh no, Jian Wuzong seems like he's going to attack. Little Uncle Master's sword Qi has just been released, and he can't attack anymore. What should we do? Even if Little Uncle Master can release that sword technique, it's useless. Don't forget, Jian Wuzong has cultivated the all swords united phenomenon, and every sword in the world will submit to it." Nan Gongling said with an anxious expression, "All sword cultivators will lose their combat strength in the face of Jian Wuzong. Little Uncle Master can't avoid it either." Lu Hanyan murmured, "I hope Jian Wuzong doesn't target us. If..." Pausing for a moment, Lu Hanyan hesitated for a moment before making a decision. "If he wants to fight for the lava crystal, I'll give it to him." Nan Gongling and Ru Xian did not speak. In the face of the third on the phenomenon ranking, they felt a sense of helplessness and could only submit. This was an absolute suppression of combat strength. Furthermore, most sword cultivators were bloodthirsty people. If Little Uncle Master and them were implicated because of the lava crystal, it would be too late for regrets. Right then, Su Zimo had already walked forward and said, "Move!" Nan Gongling and the other two felt their hearts skip a beat. How many nascent soul cultivators would dare to speak to Jian Wuzong in such a manner? Jian Wuzong raised his long brows, and killing intent surged in his eyes, exuding a chilling aura that he had no intention of hiding. Nan Gongling hurried forward and tugged at Su Zimo's sleeves, sending a voice transmission. "Little Uncle Master, don't be rash. You're a sword cultivator, and you can't defeat him." After what happened earlier on, Nan Gongling's attitude towards Su Zimo had changed. With a worried expression, Lu Hanyan sent a voice transmission as well. "Uncle Master, if worse comes to worst, we can just give this stone to them. There's no need for us to fight with them." It was extremely dangerous to fight against sword cultivators. Sword cultivators cultivated the Tao of killing, and as long as they unsheathed their swords, blood would definitely be spilled. Su Zimo was indifferent and continued to look at Jian Wuzong with a domineering aura. Jian Wuzong grinned. "You're not from Sword Sect." Initially, all the cultivators in Wind Cloud City thought that Su Zimo was the successor of Sword Sect. It was only now that everyone realized what was going on. "Since you're not a successor of Sword Sect, why aren't you bowing to me?" Jian Wuzong changed the topic. "Why should I?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. "Haha." Jian Wuzong reared his head in laughter and declared proudly, "Sword Sect is the place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators in the world. I'm the most outstanding successor of the Sword Sect, so you're disrespecting the Sword Sect by not paying your respects to me. If you disrespect Sword Sect, it means that you wish to die." Many cultivators shook their heads when they heard that. This man is doomed. He's courting death for provoking Jian Wuzong. He was too proud for refusing to pay respects to Sword Sect and hold himself back in front of Jian Wuzong. He deserves it if he dies here. Nan Gongling and the other two were anxious but did not know how to persuade him. Right then, Jian Wuzong continued. "However, I can give you a chance on account of how hard you must have cultivated to get to this point. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your life." This is a huge opportunity. To think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. To be able to follow Jian Wuzong means that he has a chance to join the Sword Sect. This person is truly lucky. Everyone was filled with emotions. Right then, everyone heard a scoff filled with mockery. "You think you're worthy of me following you." Chapter 9:14. Beaten so badly the sword can't be withdrawn. Chapter 9:14. Beaten so badly the sword can't be withdrawn. The moment he said that, everyone present was shocked. Disdain. Extreme disdain. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Jian Wuzong's eyes were first filled with rage. However, he suddenly laughed and nodded repeatedly at Su Zimo thereafter. Very good. This is the edge that a sword cultivator should have. The more that is the case, the more I admire you. At that moment, Jian Wuzong did not realize who he was talking to. Or rather, none of the cultivators in Wind Cloud City knew the true identity of the green-robed man. In Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo could fight against mid-level fiend demons head-on. Mid-level fiend demons were equivalent to void reversions of the cultivation world. Although Jian Wuzong was third on the phenomenon ranking, he was still a nascent soul. Furthermore, the phenomenon ranking had just ended, and his cultivation realm was only at early-stage nascent soul. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was already at peak late-stage nascent soul. Even if this was 100 years ago, when Su Zimo had just entered nascent soul realm, he could suppress Jian Wuzong with ease. Jian Wuzong said slowly, "How about this? Let's spar. If you can take 3 of my sword strikes, I'll let you guys leave this place." Pausing for a moment, Jian Wuzong continued, "If you can't take it, you will have to follow me obediently and not go against my will in the future. Do you dare to take the gamble? 3 sword strikes is enough." That's right. Given Jian Wuzong's combat strength, even number 4 of the phenomenon, ranking, might not be able to take 3 of his strikes if he were to attack with his full strength. That green-robed cultivator will definitely lose. Everyone viewed themselves as objective bystanders and discussed. The soaring feather sect cultivator looked at the man beside him and asked softly, "Senior brother, what do you think of this bet?" Jian Wuzong's sword is very fast. 3 strikes. Wu Tianyu shook his head slightly and said, "Among nascent souls, there are probably less than 10 who can receive his 3 strikes." Wu Tianyu and Jian Wuzong partook in the same phenomenon ranking and understood one another. His evaluation of Jian Wuzong was extremely high. The soaring feather sect cultivator said, "If that's the case, that green-robed cultivator will definitely lose. The 10 people that senior brother mentioned are definitely the strongest experts in the nascent soul realm and are famous throughout the world. That person is clearly not among them." "Yes." Wu Tianyu said deeply, "It's hard to say. I have a feeling that this green-robed cultivator is unfathomable and far from simple." The soaring feather sect cultivator was indifferent. "Senior brother, don't forget that he's a sword cultivator. Once they fight, he'll definitely be suppressed by Jian Wuzong. He won't win this gamble." On the long street, Nan Gongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian were worried and sent voice transmissions to Su Zimo, telling him not to accept the gamble. Once lost, their little Uncle Master would become someone else's lackey. Neither they nor the 100 Refinement sect would be able to take it. Furthermore, Nan Gongling and the other 2 could not see any hope of Su Zimo winning. "So, do you dare to take the gamble?" Jian Wuzong asked and smiled with a confident expression. "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. "Sure. However, there's no need for 3 strikes. If you can even draw your sword in front of me, it'll be my loss." Everyone was stunned the moment his sentence was finished. It was dead silent near the long street. Although his words were extremely arrogant, everyone could hear a sense of pride and awe in his tone. Who would dare say such words in front of Jian Wuzong? Would the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking this time round, Yi Tiancheng, dare to do so? Would the number 2 of the phenomenon ranking, Yan Mo, dare to do so? There were countless nascent souls in Tianhuang mainland who among them would dare. Yet someone dared to do so. "You." Jian Wuzong narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. This time round he was truly enraged as he said with a frosty voice, "How dare you?" Kill! Before Jian Wuzong could finish, he was interrupted by Su Zimo's shout. Sound Domain Secret Skill, Thunderclap Kill. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Manual, Thunderclap Kill was even more powerful than before. The surrounding cultivators felt their bodies tremble, and the ground quaked as gravel flew. One could imagine what sort of impact the Jian Wuzong had to endure. That shout was like a thunderbolt from the clear skies that exploded in Jian Wuzong's ears, causing his ears to buzz and his scalp to tingle. However, for Jian Wuzong to be able to reach third on the phenomenon ranking, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. He was experienced in combat and realized right away that Su Zimo had released a Sound Domain Secret Skill. Clang! Clang! Jian Wuzong circulated his blood qi, and the sound of sword qi clanging echoed from his body. Among the super sects of Tianhuang mainland, some body-tempering sects such as Glass Palace, Overlord Palace, and Diamond Monastery were extremely famous. In reality, Sword Sect's body-tempering technique was extremely strong as well. The process of tempering the body by tearing it with sword qi and repairing it continuously caused the body's blood qi to become extremely powerful and sharp. When cultivators of Sword Sect cultivated their bodies to their limits, their blood qi would be mixed with sword qi. Their fingers were like swords that could slice apart divine weapons with a single wave. Jian Wuzong channeled his blood qi and had just gotten rid of the negative effects of Thunderclap Kill when he felt his vision blur as a green figure crushed over. You must have a death wish. With a sneer, Jian Wuzong reached for the sword on his shoulder. He was all too familiar with that action. It could be said that the first sword technique he practiced after joining the Sword Sect was how to draw his sword. Even in his dreams, even in his sixth senses, Jian Wuzong could draw his sword right away. This had already become his instinct. However, his sword was pushed back by a pair of hands halfway through its withdrawal. Buzz! The sword hum had just sounded when it stopped. The sword was already sheathed. He was fast. However, Su Zimo was even faster. The green shadow flickered, and Su Zimo was already close to him. Bang! 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 Helpless, Jian Wuzong could only fight Su Zimo barehanded. However, right after, Jian Wuzong's expression changed drastically, and he almost could not help but cry out in pain. Su Zimo's body was way too strong. Jian Wuzong's fists and palms felt as though they were striking cold and hard rocks. After 2 or 3 moves, his hands were already purple and bruised. At that distance, Jian Wuzong did not even have the chance to form a dermic art. Su Zimo's attacks rained down in a flurry and were suffocating. Jian Wuzong grit his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. He ignored Su Zimo's incoming palm and pulled out the sword on his shoulder, prepared to fight to the death. However, Su Zimo's palm swiped across his chest before he strode forward and slapped his shoulder. Clang! The moment the sword was unsheathed, Su Zimo slapped it back. You! Jian Wuzong was so angry that his body was trembling, but he was helpless. He retreated continuously, wanting to increase the distance between them and draw his sword. However, Su Zimo was closing in on him like a maggot, not giving him any chance at all. In the blink of an eye, both parties had exchanged dozens of blows. During this period of time, Jian Wuzong tried to pull out his sword multiple times, but was blocked by Su Zimo. As for his own hands and arms, they were already swollen and almost ruptured after colliding with Su Zimo. Despair. Jian Wuzong's heart was filled with nothing but despair. There was no chance to retaliate at all. If this continued, his bones would be shattered before he could draw his sword. He had never been reduced to such a state and lost so thoroughly in a fight. Suppression. Complete suppression. He was beaten so badly he could not withdraw his sword at all. Chapter 9:15. Train for 500 years more. Chapter 9:15. Train for 500 years more. It was forceful. It was shocking. Third on the phenomenon ranking, Jian Wuzong, the most outstanding successor of Sword Sect, could not even draw his sword in a fight. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Nan Gongling's mind was in a mess. If he had not witnessed it personally, he truly could not imagine that Jian Wuzong would be defeated so thoroughly. Under normal circumstances, any sword cultivator would be suppressed by the all-swords united phenomenon that Jian Wuzong cultivated. However, this battle seemed to be the opposite. In front of little Uncle Master, Jian Wuzong was like a child who was beaten up senselessly without the ability to even withdraw his sword. What a strong physique and melee combat capabilities! Wu Tianyu looked at the two people fighting on the long street and murmured softly. On the long street, Jian Wuzong retreated continuously. There was no longer any pride and composure on his face. Instead, it was replaced with panic. He was completely helpless. Jian Wuzong was defeated. Many cultivators watched in disbelief. Although the phenomenon ranking was a ranking for the strength of golden cores, cultivators that could be ranked on the ranking should not be too weak after entering nascent soul realm. No one expected Jian Wuzong, the third on the phenomenon ranking, to lose to an unknown green-robed cultivator. Furthermore, as a sword cultivator, he had not released his sword the entire time. This was a humiliation for sword cultivators. Thief, don't be cocky. Save senior brother. The dozens of sword sect cultivators watching from the sidelines could no longer care about anything else and attacked when they saw Jian Wuzong in such a state. Hum, hum, hum. Streaks of sword light shone resplendently as sword qi rampaged with a sharp edge, forming an impenetrable sword net that enveloped Su Zimo. What are you guys doing? Don't you have any shame bullying in numbers? Ru Xian could not help but shout. Without hesitation, Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan summoned their dermic weapons and formed hand seals right away, prepared to help Su Zimo. Clang! Right then, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the world. An incomparably stunning sword beam appeared on the long street. It was white and blinding as it tore through the void. The sword on his Jian Wuzong's back was pulled out. The sword was long and sharp with a chilling aura. 6 dermic patterns shone on its body in a blinding manner. It was a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. It was only normal for someone ranked third on the phenomenon ranking and the successor of Sword Sect to possess a connate perfected Lord dermic weapon. The dermic sword had a strong background and was known as the startling dermic sword. It was Jian Wuzong's destiny dermic weapon and was also his prize as the third of the phenomenon ranking. The cultivators were moved. To think that the sword would be unsheathed at the final moment. Everyone knew that sword cultivators were on completely different levels when they wielded their swords and bare hands. If Jian Wuzong wields his sword, that green-robed man will be in danger. Yes, Jian Wuzong's swordsmanship is sharp and he possesses the legacy of Sword Sect. Something isn't right. The person's eyes widened and he suddenly could not continue. Many cultivators noticed something amiss as well. Nan Gongling looked over and could not help but feel shocked as disbelief surged in his eyes. The startling dermic sword was not in Jian Wuzong's hands at all. However, it was in little Uncle Master's hands. The person who pulled out the startling dermic sword was not Jian Wuzong, but Su Zimo. Not only did Su Zimo wallop Jian Wuzong till the latter could not withdraw his sword, he even snatched away the latter's sword. Right then, the net of sword qi released by the dozens of sword cultivators from Sword Sect had already descended. The cold qi was bone-piercing, as though it was slicing the void into pieces. Wielding the startling sword, Su Zimo roared and slashed with his backhand. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sword actually produced the sound of tsunamis. Su Zimo slashed out the intent of raging tides from the sea calming manual with his sword. Dermic powers surged in midair, and the sword beam was piercingly cold, as though it was a tsunami that collided heavily against the sword net. Instantly, the dozens of sword cultivators had an illusion that they were in a raging sea and could be drowned at any moment. They were not the only ones. Even the surrounding cultivators felt as though they were in the middle of a tsunami, swaying and spinning. In the deep and turbulent ocean, every cultivator felt incomparably tiny. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Wu Tianyu closed his eyes hurriedly and calmed his mind repeatedly to condense his essence, spirit. That feeling gradually dissipated. What a strong sword intent! The soaring, feather-secked cultivator at the side was shocked and his face was pale. Wu Tianyu opened his eyes slowly and frowned slightly. With a strange expression, he murmured softly, "Sword intent, huh?" For some unknown reason, he felt that the sword intent was a little strange. It was as though it lacked some of the sharpness of the sword Dao and was instead thicker. Cling, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the battlefield. The sword net shattered. All the sword lights dissipated in an instant, and the world returned to peace. Nan Gongling and Lu Hanyan stopped in their tracks and quietly dispersed their hand seals. That was because it was no longer necessary. Victory was decided with a single slash. More than 10 sword cultivators fell to the ground, not far away with grim expressions. The swords in their hands were all broken, and their tips were scattered all over the ground. Some of the sword cultivators had their perlicues ruptured and fresh blood flowed. Their swords were all thrown to the side as they were unable to maintain their grips on the swords any longer. The grades of those swords were not low either. They were either superior grade or supreme grade dermic weapons. But now they were all crippled and reduced to scrap metal. The entire process seemed simple and was merely a single slash. However, Su Zimo's powerful physique, coupled with his connate startling dermic sword and his powerful saber intent, was the reason why he could achieve such an effect. The tall figure was the only one left standing on the long street. His black hair fluttered and he wore an upright green robe. He wielded a long sword with an indifferent expression. Su Zimo raised the sword in his hand and flicked it gently. The sword quivered and let out a hum that was clear and resounding. "Good sword." Su Zimo praised and said, "Unquestionably, it's mine now." As he said that, he kept the startling dermic sword in his storage bag and headed out of the city. Nan Gongling and the other two were stunned for a moment before following hurriedly. This time round, no one in Windcloud City dared to stand in Su Zimo's way. Jian Wuzong had an indignant expression as he looked at Su Zimo's back view. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Do you dare to return the startling dermic sword to me? Let's fight again. As long as I have the sword, Before Jian Wuzong could finish his sentence, his clothes exploded into pieces that scattered on the ground. Pissed. The next moment, a commotion broke out among the crowd. "What are you guys doing?" Jian Wuzong surveyed his surroundings and realized that all the cultivators were staring at him with complicated gazes containing shock, surprise, pity, and mockery. "What are you guys looking at?" Jian Wuzong roared again with bloodshot eyes and a menacing expression. "Senior brother, your chest." One of the sword sect cultivators pointed at Jian Wuzong's chest with a trembling voice and a horrified expression. Jian Wuzong lowered his head. Unknowingly, his chest was slashed by something, and he was drenched in blood. There were 6 words written in blood: "Train for 500 years more." Jian Wuzong felt chills run down his spine, and his limbs went cold. Those words must have been written on his chest by the green-robed man during their fight earlier on. This meant that he would have died countless times if the green-robed man wanted to kill him. However, those words were even worse than killing him. Every word struck his heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jian Wuzong was enraged from the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting on the spot. Chapter 9:16 Danger Arrives. Chapter 9:16 Danger Arrives. 100 Refinement Sect. Tao, Lord Scarlet Star, arrived at the Great Hall of 100 Refinement Sect in a hurry and bumped into a middle-aged cultivator with 3 whiskers who was exiting. That person had a steady bearing, and there was a hint of dignity in his eyes. It was clear that he had been in a high position for a long time. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 2 cultivators at the entrance bowed to the man. It was the Sect Master of 100 Refinement Sect, Tao Lord White Flames. Senior Brother White Flames. When Tao Lord Scarlet Star saw that person, he hurried forward to greet him. When Tao Lord White Flames saw his anxious expression, he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Frowning, Tao Lord Scarlet Star said hatefully, "My 3 good-for-nothing disciples snuck out and haven't returned for a day." Tao Lord White Flames' expression changed slightly. This period was extremely sensitive, and 100 Refinement Sect was in a precarious situation. To be fair, if Tao Lord Extreme Fire had not returned in time, none of them knew how they would have survived this ordeal. As for the 3 disciples of Tao Lord Scarlet Star, Lu Hanyan was going to take part in the weapon refinement contest for the 1,000 Crane Tea Party in a month's time. Nothing must go wrong. It was truly dangerous for Lu Hanyan and the other 2 to leave the sect at a time like this. "Do you know where they went?" Tao Lord White Flames asked with a calm expression. "They seem to have gone to Wind Cloud City." Tao Lord Scarlet Star was enraged as he grit his teeth. "Those 3 brats are truly worrisome. I told them to stay in the sect, but they refused to listen. If anything happens—" He could not continue and was both angry and anxious. "Don't panic first." Tao Lord White Flames said in a deep voice, "Cultivators from the various major sects and factions of the Middle Continent are gathered in Wind Cloud City, and they're all from the righteous path. There shouldn't be anyone harming them. Furthermore, Wind Cloud City isn't too far from the sect. They shouldn't be in much danger." Tao Lord Scarlet Star shook his head. "I'm not worried about the orthodox cultivators. I'm worried about Hellfire Hall." Even someone with Tao Lord White Flames' temperament could not help but exclaim when he heard about Hellfire Hall. Instantly his expression darkened. Tao Lord Scarlet Star said, "As you know, the Hall Master of Hellfire Palace has always wanted to obtain the Scarlet Flame, Heart Sutra. Nan Gongling and the other 2 are the easiest targets for them to target. Furthermore, there's no way that Hellfire Hall would let things go after suffering that huge setback from us previously." Right then, a voice sounded in their minds. "Apart from the 3 of them, who else is there?" Upon hearing that voice, both of them shuddered. Tao Lord Extreme Fire was using his spirit consciousness to ask them. Tao Lord Scarlet Star added hurriedly, "There's also Mo Ling, a cultivator of the sect. Saw him going along with them." "Yes, that's all right. There might be hope for them." Tao Lord Extreme Fire pondered deeply. Tao Lord Scarlet Star pursed his lips in disapproval. In his opinion, although Mo Ling's seniority was high, he was merely a 100-year-old nascent soul. How strong could he be? It did not matter if he was there or not. Hellfire Hall had already failed once. If they wanted to lay their hands on Nan Gongling and the other 2, they might send void reversions. At that time, what use would Mo Ling be? Was he going to use seniority to scare his opponents to death? In reality, Tao Lord Scarlet Star had underestimated the determination of Hellfire Hall. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, Hurry and send experts of the sect to Wind Cloud City to look for them and bring them back to the sect. All right, I'll instruct my void reversion disciples. Tao Lord White Flames conjured hand seals and prepared to summon his disciples. No. Tao Lord Extreme Fire denied immediately. Scarlet Star, put down what you're doing and make a trip personally. You're at the Dharma characteristic realm and you're fast. If anything happens, you'll be able to suppress it. Upon hearing that, Tao Lord Scarlet Star's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely realized that things might be more serious than he had imagined. All right, I'll go right away. Without hesitation, Tao Lord Scarlet Star tore through the air in the direction of Wind Cloud City and disappeared from 100 Refinement Sect. I hope nothing will happen. Tao Lord White Flames looked into the distance and murmured softly. At the same time, Su Zimo's group of 4 had already left Wind Cloud City and were speeding towards 100 Refinement Sect on their spirit vessel. This time round, Su Zimo was the one steering the spirit vessel and channeling his dermic powers with all his might, pushing it to its limits with lightning speed. Nangong Ling and the other 2 had yet to notice what was happening. They were still excited as they discussed the battle in Wind Cloud City. However, Su Zimo knew that the sense of danger that surrounded him did not disappear. Instead, it intensified. Little Uncle Master, although you weren't famous in the past, this battle is enough to make you famous. Ru Xian said gleefully, Little Uncle Master, don't worry. Once we return to the sect, I'll definitely spread the news for you so that you can show off properly. Lu Hanyan smiled without saying anything. Nangong Ling's gaze towards Su Zimo had changed as well. There was no longer any hostility. Instead, it was replaced with curiosity, admiration, and respect. Little Uncle Master, you're a sword cultivator, but you don't seem to be suppressed in your fight with Jian Wuzong. What's with that? Nangong Ling leaned over and asked humbly. With a grim expression, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and stared at the thick darkness ahead in silence. It was not that he did not want to answer. However, his attention was entirely focused on checking out his surroundings and preparing to deal with any incoming danger. He truly did not hear Nangong Ling's question. If it was in the past, Nangong Ling would have been enraged and mocked him right away. However, this time round, Nangong Ling merely smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head before asking, Little Uncle Master, who is your master? Is he also a sword cultivator? Is there such a powerful sword cultivator among the seniors of 100 Refinement Sect? Su Zimo had once crippled Cheng Peng with a single sword chi. At the city gate, his sword created a powerful intent realm and severed the swords of more than 10 sword cultivators. Therefore, it was not only Nangong Ling, even the cultivators of Wind Cloud City mistook Su Zimo for a sword cultivator. Su Zimo did not reply. Instead, he frowned and looked even more grim in the dark night. Little Uncle Master, what are you doing? Ru Xian came over as well and asked curiously, We've already left Wind Cloud City and there's no danger. Why are you in such a hurry to return? Little Uncle Master, come over and talk to us. Ru Xian shook Su Zimo's arm gently and said coquettishly. Lu Hanyan, who was silent at the side, finally noticed something amiss and asked softly, Uncle Master, is there any danger? Right then, Su Zimo finally spoke. If anything happens later on, escape immediately. Don't worry about me. Ah. Nangong Ling and the other 2 were slightly stunned and looked lost. Even though they were chatting along the way, they released their spirit consciousnesses to check out their surroundings and did not discover any danger. Hee. Right then, a sinister laughter sounded in the air that sent chills down one's spine. Little child, your senses are sure sharp to be able to detect me. However, the 3 of them can't escape, and neither can you.